All right. Hello and welcome to the Legends of Tabletop podcast. We're getting ready to jump into our second part of our runners play test tonight. This is Jesse's game. This is his core hack or core skin or whatever we're calling it. So we got our first part in. I'm going to kick it to Jesse, let him recap, and then we'll jump into tonight.
All right, so I'm not going to bother doing a recap of runners because if you want that, you can go ahead and listen to the first session.
You
so what I'm going to do, but I will recap very quickly what we went over. So we find ourselves in a small null zone called Saison. That is a kind of rural, suburban safe haven within the burnt. This area that they find themselves in was previously a large metropolis area that now, because of the radioactive fallout in the war, has turned into this kind of thick, muddy, sludgy area with roaming bands of mutated animals just claiming vast swaths of the land. Saison, as you said, is kind of a somewhat spread out area that has been built up over time. They have a council that is inherited, so it's a group of people sitting, making the laws, and they kind of get their power passed down from seat to seat. It's a pretty put together area with a decent civil law backbone. However, they don't find themselves in the best places when it comes to technology and availability of that. So their level is pretty primitive in terms of 22nd century technology. At the moment, we had let's see here. Paulson was the master runner who had taken these handful of youngins under his wing, first teaching them the little bit of skills and eventually boosted them up. So now we have Alex, Mal, Dog, and Nitro that are about to head out on their very first mission that will give them their runner's license and give them the ability to head out into the burnt on their own to finally make some rep for themselves. So last time they kind of got everything together. They got their job, which is to go out a little ways into the burnt, grab something that Paulson had told them that he said you'd know what it was when you found it, and to come back with it. They went out and gathered a little bit of information, a little bit of intel, which is to say, at the very least, we know that it is near a former hospital, that there's some decent equipment there that Mal will be able to grab to make some to scavenge and make some extra rep. And we know the radiation levels thanks to Nitro visiting one of his friends. And let's see what else. Oh, and Alex found out about a roving band of animals that's all in the area. And I think that's about it. Anything else that I missed?
Sounds about like everything.
Yeah, I think you got everything. My particular intel was the idea that 30 blocks past Braxton is this great suburb in my backstory that my dad found one time years ago that I barely remember. Are we using our intel that way, or have the intel rules changed? Or
nope, we're sticking to everything as is in the rule books. We're going to see how actually using intel and everything works in this iteration, and we'll discuss afterwards about definite changes that will be being made. So,
so the stuff that I know or that I think I know, that's still true, or at least I think
that's still true. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we doing intel two different ways at each nexus point? That's what we talked about before. Trying to.
Oh, yeah, we'll try
it's
that.
Up to you. Yeah, it's up to you.
We'll try that.
Okay. Cool.
All right. So at this moment, you've gathered your intel. You know what the job is. You know what needs to be done. Is there anything further that you would like to do before heading out?
What time of year is it? What's the weather like?
Let's see. It is early fall, but you're and it's northern west coast, so it's gonna be there's gonna be a decent chill in the air with some moisture. It's gonna be kind of a mist, but there's not gonna be any snow or anything like that. It's not gonna be that chill yet, but it's gonna be on the colder side.
Okay, I spent a lot of time roaming around Saison with my dad before he died, and so I'm kind of like familiar with the weather patterns, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a best time of day, like to catch the sun, the best travel, visibility? Would I know that? I do have survival in the burnt as a skill.
Yep. Go ahead and give the roll me survival. Let's make it a DL3.
Total 3.
All right. So yeah, you know that the best time to go to leave around this season is in early to mid afternoon, before kind of the afternoon rains have come through and before the sun sets to make it bitter cold. However, that time still makes it very damp. And so, even though it is the best time to leave, there's really no optimal time. So it's still going to make it kind of damp and muddy to deal with. But that's going to be still your best chance.
Yeah. I don't like it. I'm sitting on the dirt and I'm scratching the back of my head with my foot and sniffing the air. Do I think it might rain?
No, it's already, well, yeah, let's say that it is, there's right now kind of a drizzle in the air. It's kind of like, it's not like a mist, but it's like a thick drizzle.
All right,
I almost imagine I see like the shot of Dog actually sitting on the, in the open bay door of Paulson's garage, just like watching the rain trickle down, dripping off of the overhang.
Yeah, and I'm kind of growling. If I spoke more English, I'd just be saying, "This weather really sucks. This whole thing is gonna suck." But instead, I'm just kind of growling to myself, and then I'll go tell Nitro, because I don't really trust most people. And I don't necessarily trust Nitro, but I think he's cool because I like to watch him blow shit up. So I'm going to go over to Nitro and gesture at the rain and say, we ought to go.
Nitro kind of looks sideways at Dog. Like, he still doesn't understand why Dog likes to come over and talk to him, because he doesn't like to talk. Because Nitro doesn't like to talk to anybody. And he kind of looks at, like, when he was wrestling with his buddy back in our previous session, he had actually I don't know if Jesse wants to allow this or not, but I'm going to say that that his buddy gave him a flare, just one, and I think it's just because of, like, I kind of won the wrestling match, I feel like, and it's like you always have to give up something. And so, like, he looks at his flare and he kind of looks at Dog and he looks at the sky and he's just kind of like shakes his head. And then he kind of like puts it back in his pocket. Like, oh, looks like I'm going to be doing, I mean, even though flares are very hot and, can probably burn past all of this stuff, he's like, he thinks to himself, I'm not going to get enough bang for my buck with this flare that I want. So he's just kind of like pissed about it.
Go ahead and give me a charm roll.
Okay. I shall do so. Let me look at
this is gonna be a scaling DL. So
okay.
The better you roll, the better it gets.
Okie dokie. Let's see.
He rolls a 48.
Yep. I've got so much charm up the buttholes. All right, let's see.
It explodes. Keep rolling.
I rolled a 5.
Nice. Okay.
No more talk of exploding buttholes, please.
Sounds good. All right, so yeah, you have a flare.
Oh, nice.
That's totally fine.
You know what's funny is I actually have a flare on my attachments.
Oh, no.
It's funny. So
you have
an
so that
flare
is
when I have
exactly
an attachment on my arm. But
so the flare that you have built into your suit is like it's like a signal flare. It's a similar thing. It's like a signal flare.
Yeah.
This is though like a remnant of the past, like the old school hand flares.
Yeah. He's kind of hoping to use it against something, whether it be inanimate or not, kind of thing.
Yep.
But yeah, he's just he's just kind of down, and he is kind of ready to go, and he even though he's pretty sure that Dog's not going to talk to anybody else about it, so he's going to walk by Dog, and unlike his character, he's going to pat Dog on the head. And then he's going to walk over to Mal and Alex and be like, Dog says it's time to go.
Dog watches you with this big smile on his face. Half of his teeth are like gone. They're like scraggled, broken, pointy, really fucked up. But he's got a big jack. He doesn't smile a lot, but he smiles when you do that.
Alex just looks out at the little bit of drizzle. He's like pulling on a pair of like fingerless gloves to get ready to get in the suit. And he says, "You know what? Give me like 5 minutes and I'll be back. You guys want to start getting ready? I just got to do one thing."
So Mal will kind of look to what Alex is doing, then look over to Dog. So I think we said when we were mapping out how many blocks, I think we said it was 250 blocks each way. And I wrote down, we'll probably take about 2 hours. I can't remember if that was 2 hours each way or if that was 2 hours altogether.
Let's see. Nope. So that should be about 2 hours total. So with everybody's speed, so your average speed for the whole group is 300 blocks per hour. So it'll take you 500 to go there and back. So rounding up, it'll be about 2 hours round trip.
Okay, so that's each way. So while Alex is walking away, Mal will kind of look and kind of shrug, and he'll look over to Dog and say, "If it's time to go, we'll only be out for a little bit, so we'll be back soon." Because I'm guessing Mal sees that Dog's a bit irritated and not or anxious maybe to get going. So Mal will just say, "Yeah, we'll be out in a sec," looking at Alex and saying, "We won't be out too long."
Yeah, well, hopefully nothing happens.
Yeah, exactly right.
Nitro actually guffaws, just like kind of like right at Alex, and then kind of turns around and walks kind of away from him a little bit.
So Alex just jogs away, and he goes over to. I know you said we were staying in the bunks, but I kind of feel like maybe him and his brother have a place. Or maybe
sure, that's fine.
Yeah. So he runs back to their house, squat, whatever their situation, a house, I guess, right? We established it was pretty okay there.
Yep.
He goes in, comes up, pounds up the front steps, and through the front door he goes, Jackie, hey.
And from the other room, all the whole house that it's in is pretty gutted. So there's like bare timber walls and everything like that. You've done what you can, but it's kind of bombed out. But yeah, from like behind a tarp, he comes out. He's like, "What?
Yo, first run today. We're gonna head out. I'm gonna be gone for maybe 2 hours if nothing goes wrong." He
looks at his watch and he's like, "Oh, fuck, today? I was really hoping to get your help on this part over here. Yeah. No, good luck. Yeah. Hopefully Paulson's not sending you on to something on stuff too dangerous."
I don't know. He wouldn't even really tell us. He told us that we'd know what we were supposed to find when we saw it. You believe that shit?
That sounds pretty. It's fucking cryptic a-hole.
Look, I get my first run though, so I'm fucking stoked. And he comes in and there's like, weird fucking hand slaps, fist bumps, chest bump. He gives him a, like a rough hug. He throws an arm over his shoulder. He goes, if you want, I can talk to Paulson if you want to get out there too.
Fuck no.
Come on.
And he kind of like taps down and he has a brace that runs pretty much like hip all the way down his right leg. And he's like, if I could ever find a suit that would support this, then yeah, but you know what? You go make the money.
Hey, look.
Get some shit back, bring it back for me and make some cool shit that we can sell off.
All right, deal. And he goes for the fist bump. He says, "Look, I'll make the money, but when I get all fucked up, you got to take care of me, right?"
Yeah. I'll be sure they throw you in a tank right away.
Nice.
And he go, "Oh fuck, hold on," and he runs back behind the tarp, and comes back with a small circular piece of metal, and it looks like he's etched out like a little design in it. And he goes, "Hey, for good luck." And it's like a little coin that he's then etched a symbol into and welded a magnet onto the opposite side of it, so you can stick it onto your suit.
So he takes it. He looks at it. He goes, "Oh, that's fucking awesome. Thanks."
Hey, you know what? Every runner needs a little fucking luck, right?
I ain't gonna turn it down. Thanks, bro.
And he just looks at you. He's like, "All right, be safe and get the fuck out before Paulson gets you."
Yep, I'm out. I'm ghost. He runs back down the steps and back out to the thing. And like the shot is like he's coming back. He's got like the Walkman, but it's got speakers. And the fucking trooper comes on as he strolls into the garage. He starts like,
and you get the over the shoulder shot of your brother kind of standing out in the front door, like looking at you. And he's got the smile, he waves, and the camera like pans around him, and like the smile quickly drops from his face as you get out of sight.
Mm-hmm.
Shakes his head, walks back inside.
As you approach the hangar, you see that Dog keeps on running out and sort of like pacing around the building and going back in, and like 1 minute later coming back out again and pacing around. And he's obviously
all right, I'm coming. Let me get the suit on. So like he'll double time it up, run in and step into the suit and strap on the straps and buckle the buckles, whatever the hell it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I found a piece of a cracker. I'm eating this.
Mal will look down toward Dog.
You take what? Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Mal looks down dog eating the cracker, and he'll look over to Alex and he'll pull out like a little notebook and a piece of stubby pencil and just say, the quicker we get back, the quicker we get that beef stew recipe from Paulson. So hurry up and get your suit on.
Yep.
All right, yeah, and as Dog takes that first bite, Mal says that, and then Paulson comes around the corner and slaps the cracker out of your hand.
Hey,
It's like, God damn it, what have I told you, boy? Stop eating shit off the floor.
it's perfectly good.
5-second rule.
Or hour or day.
Yeah, depending.
I just look up at Paulson with this look I give him when I don't understand, because why would you waste food? That I respect Paulson, so I'm not going to eat off the floor, but that really just doesn't make sense to me at all.
Me as a person, I have an affinity for dog because I wouldn't waste that either.
Before we go, I put the emblem right on my chest.
Nice. What does the emblem look like?
I don't know. I was going to ask you.
I'd say it's a symbol that you and your brother have shared since like you were kids. Like that thing that one symbol that you always used to like draw on all the walls, or like when you were little deviants running around the town, like drawing with a marker on the side of a wall.
Oh, it's that diamond S that goes on everybody's notebook.
It's super.
I did a lot of those on my notebooks.
There you go.
How dare you call me out?
You got a super S on your chest. Very nice. Right? There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, you all go back into the garage, suit up. Alex and Nitro are putting their suits on like normal people.
I've had my suit on since before we ate.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you sit. The only way for you to check over your gear is to suit up. So that's you.
Yeah, that's why I just keep pacing around. Yep. I'm like, what is taking these people so long?
Yep. And it takes Mal even longer because he has to go over all of his shit first. And then he has to run diagnostics and then put it on and then run a secondary diagnostic.
Yeah, meanwhile, it's kind of like you've told your dog, okay, we're going to go. You said the word walk. And the dog is like, okay, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, but I gotta find the harness. Oh, and then I gotta go to the bathroom. Where's my hat?
So I have a demolitions pro kit and a mechanics pro kit. Are those each a size? Or are they half size? Or are they zero size? Is it like
we'll count them as one, as weight one.
Weight one. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
probably a note I have to make.
Yeah, I'm gonna take both. So that's gonna reduce my carrying capacity.
Okay.
And I think he's got like, some external like hard point, like, not points like where we're attaching equipment, like in a mechanical sense, but like he's got like an external hard point where there's like, a spot where the bundle of like wrenches and sockets and, screwdrivers and all that shit is. So we can get
makes
it
sense.
easy without having to like, or, maybe he throws it in the backpack. He probably just throws it in the backpack.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So while everybody's getting ready, Mal, as we said before, Mal will, just be, he'll be putting his stuff on and watching everyone else put their stuff on, not trying to be too obvious about it. But he'll try to check, make sure everything, that strap's there, that bolt's put in, things like that. Just looking over everybody individually while he's putting his stuff on. So could I make a roll to see if everybody looks like they're all strapped up and ready to go? There's no seal that's missing, or no bolt that's loose or anything like that.
Sure. Let's see. Do you have anything like engineering or anything like that?
No, I was just going to do a general, because this isn't like his expertise. He just
True.
I guess he's just fidgety when it comes to stuff like that. So he's just
Right.
eyeing
So
it.
we'll so go ahead and give me a brains 4, and we're a brains roll. And we're gonna make it a DL 4 because you're kind of trying to do it like you're trying to do it subvertly from a distance. So it's going to be a lot harder to check the details.
No one wants someone else telling them they're putting on their
exactly. Yep. You're trying to look at their notes over their shoulder to make sure that their math's correct.
So I got a 4.
Okay, yeah. So from your point of view, everything looks fine. All of Dog's symbols look lined up. All of the straps on Alex's suit look to be tight and cinched properly. All of Nitro's lights, his like the flare symbol and everything like that on his readout seems to be good. So everything seems fine for you.
Yeah. So Mal will just crack a bit of a small smile, and then he'll just kind of like start humming to himself. And then he'll double check all of his to make sure his are all good. Now that everyone else looks like they're strapped in. Ready to go.
Dog can't handle it anymore. I'm running down the road. I'm going about 100. Going about 100 yards.
And Paulson lets out. Go. God damn! All right.
Nitro goes. Dog heal.
Yeah.
I stop where I am, but I don't turn around.
You were telling me to hurry up, Mal. Come on, let's go. Stop dicking around.
Yeah. Paulson actually looks at Nitro and then looks at Dog and looks at Nitro again. Like, fuck. All right. Fuck. Get out of here.
And Mal look over to Alex. Mal will look over to Alex and say, "I think we're ready to go." And he'll, still be humming a bit to himself with a smile on his face. It looks like everybody's you don't want to go out on your first run and your piece of your suit falls off. So everybody looks good. So he's happy.
Yeah.
He starts trotting out to where Dog's waiting for him.
Oh, I'm happy too. And when I see everybody's now finally leaving the compound, I start running around in circles in the road until they join me.
I have another question.
Go.
So, what's the size of a person?
A regular?
Yeah, so some of the stuff is like a gyro is a size, right? But a gyro would be like a smallish component on the suit.
Oh, I got you. All right.
We had determined that the red claws, that's not right.
The red sabers?
Red sabers were a size 3. So if it's like tiger size, is a person like a size 2?
Let's say a size 2.
I mean, I don't know that it matters, but if someone gets hurt, then like if you have to carry somebody back, like that, capacity wise, just something to think of. Maybe that's a post show thing, but I just wanted to know beforehand.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, cool. Proceed.
Yeah, I actually do have some rules for size, but I don't think it matters right now.
All right. So we everybody starts to run out, and Paulson is kind of standing in the hangar, standing in the opening of the garage, and he just kind of shakes his head and he goes, "Fuck, good luck, boys." And at that point, he kind of reaches over and hits a panel on the wall right next to him, and it brings up kind of like a semi 3D holographic map. And he gets 4 blips on it. And so he has one labeled for each of you. And he just kind of watches as those 4 blips go from the center of the map spreading east.
Cool.
All right.
So do the cubes that we got earlier, is that something that we can access while we're running?
Yeah, definitely. So those, think of them almost like a USB card. like a thumb drive.
Mhm.
So you basically can their memory cubes. So you can insert them into your suit. There's a receptacle for it, and it stores its data storage.
Okay, so we don't have to have a HUD to use it or anything like that.
No, there's no. So there's kind of a general assumption that each suit will have some type of readout on it, whether or not it's just a super basic LED screen, whether or not you have some kind of holographic interface, anything like that. But there's kind of a general acceptance that everybody has a way to monitor the information on the suit and gain information and gain access to the data that they have.
Okay.
So
Is that something where we could like put pins in it and shit? Like if we're using like Google Maps to be like, oh, here's a weird formation that wasn't in this area that we saw before.
yeah, absolutely. And that's actually a way. So, going forward, if you're doing multiple runs, if you're doing a continuing campaign, that's a way. So parts of gathering intel not only are just going out and getting it from other people, but also using information that you've collected previously. So absolutely, like dropping pins and making notes and everything like that is all part of each runner's not only job going in, but also it's kind of a general responsibility. If you want to know where all the dangers are, collecting information like that is really important. So
then you can, I'm assuming you can sell that, share it, use that for
exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So we're running.
All right. So real quick, because we haven't really gone over this yet. Because we've seen you in person so far, we did a quick kind of check of the suits and everything like that, but everybody kind of marches out and you start to cross the border of Saison into the burnt. And as we spoke before, it's kind of a gradual turn. There's no real clear delineation of where this null zone is, except for the gradual decay of the grass and everything into this muddy landscape that you're going into. So as we see you kind of, trudging through the rain, through the grass, what does everyone look like now? Alex, what does Alex look like in his suit, in Trooper?
I mean, you probably can't see him, right? I mean,
oh no, not at all. I mean, think of it almost like a Master Chief situation. You're in full. You're going into an intensely radiated, irradiated area. You don't want any skin showing at all. Yeah, so you have your basic chassis, your basic suit on, and then everything else attached to that. So you can't see a hint of Alex. Alex is now effectively Trooper.
Sure. So the suit is mostly like it was a dark gray to kind of like sort of camo. It's not like full camo, but it's like, sort of a splotchy gray.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's scuffs and like wear marks and like chips and stuff in it. So it's not that it's not upkept like mechanically, but like outside it looks shitty, right? You're going into the burnt and it's taking a beating and then you come back. The face plate, the helmet is sort of painted like a stormtrooper sort of mask or like a clone trooper sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it has like the, so it's not white, but it has the gray, but it has like the sort of like those black markings along the head. He's got his backpack on his back, and you can see some stuff sort of like hanging off his torso. He's got his pistol in a hip holster, and you can see the sunlight reflects off his kinetic knuckles, which he already has. Because I'm assuming you can manipulate your hands and have those.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah. And you just hear the faint, the faint strains of the Trooper from Iron Maiden, sort of coming out of the headset as he's running along.
He's still got that play. He's got that playing underneath. He puts the suit on, but he still has the speaker attached to him. So yeah. That's his personal soundtrack.
Mm-hmm. He's stoked. He's getting to go on his first run.
Nice. All right. How about Mal? Mal is now running around in alphabet.
So let's say, just from a sound standpoint, so Mal was kind of humming to himself when he came out. Now that Alex is playing Trooper, maybe we're on our first run, so Mal picks up on the vibe and he starts humming "Run to the Hills." So we'll go with the Iron Maiden theme. So he'll be humming that to himself while he's going. So alphabet it kind of has that shade or color of old books or old paper, right? So it's not like yellow. It's like that yellowish desert camo, right? That that kind of the and like John said, so like Alex's suit, it's it's scuffed up. It's not like it's been buffed up and shined or waxed or anything, but it does have that kind of yellowish tinge, sand colored to it. He's got a flare on each arm, and a bit inconspicuous is the wrong word, but a bit jarring for someone who's looking for paper and books and things like that. He's got a big chainsaw on his back, so that sets off the kind of scribe look to what he's going for. And maybe let's just say, since it is called alphabet, let's just say maybe there's an L on the left arm, an R on the right arm, LLRR, just silly, just having some letters around on each of them, like carved into it. So it's not.
I imagine it harkens back to when you first put the suit together, and it was kind of your visual reminder of where all the pieces go and what. Because Paulson probably used to, like, as a field exercise, would just take your parts, throw them into a giant bucket, and just throw them out on the floor of the garage and be like, all right, now put everything back together. So you labeled all the pieces.
Quick. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so you labeled all the pieces to make it easier to game the system.
And that's how we came up with the name Alphabet, because it's got some letters written on it. So
you don't know this, but you actually have an electronic component that was once owned by Google's mother company, and that's what.
You have a giant book on a stick.
Lean it forward. It slots in right behind the chainsaw.
Right.
It comes up over my head, right? And is that the way it looks? It comes out of the. I'm trying to remember some of the images I've seen. Is it like
over the shoulder or right from the back? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
I'm trying to think, what year is it? We're not that far ahead in the future.
Not even close.
So Mal's kind of humming to himself. Obviously it looks like Alex is rocking out, and Mal's just kind of humming to himself, getting into the mood. Right, first run, everybody's excited. Mal saw how excited Dog was, so he's feeling good. He's got a smile under his face. Obviously, you really can't see it. I don't think like face visual. I don't think you can see anything. It's just kind of like a grayish, opaque, covering on his face. But he's got that sandy colored suit while he's running.
Nice. All right, and speaking of Dog, what do we have for Little Helper, or Lil Helper?
Lil Helper isn't, like, I don't think of it as the name of the suit. But it's just kind of what Paulson decided to call me, because I behaved like a dog so much. The model number of the suit is Dog 1, because that's the name I go by. But it was Paulson who gave it the name Little Helper, because I would run around the shop and help him clean up shit, and that's kind of that's why he keeps me around. When he realized that I had some skills that might make me a good runner, he decided to bring me into the training. But it's not like I'm officially equipped as a runner. My suit is really a bunch of different parts that me and my dad found in different places over a period of years. Nothing matches, nothing really looks right. A bunch of shit was jerry-rigged and then marked so I could figure out how to put it together, because I don't actually know how it works.
Yep.
I just know that my dad taught me to snap this piece here and turn that until that line is equal with that line. So it's just kind of a crazy mix of different colored parts. Underneath that, I've got CMF and carbon mesh bodysuit
Mhm.
and a carbon mesh filter mask that I pull over my head. And I've cut little slits so I can see out, but it's not really officially supposed to function the way that I'm using it. It's just like parts that I found and covered myself with. Running ahead of the group, jumping on everything that's elevated. If I see the ruins of a building, I'll jump up on top of it. If I see a tree, I'll jump up into the tree. I really enjoy playing with my thruster and my shock absorbers. I've got shock absorbers in my legs and a thruster on my back. And my suit, because it's so many different parts, I have a lot of flexibility. And I often run on all fours, kind of like half running, half dog running. And I'll jump up into a tree, get a look around, sniff the air, and then back down again.
Yeah. I was going to bring up, is there anything that they did to the suit to maybe accentuate or enable your chosen mode of travel? You know, is there anything that they did with the joints, or did they perhaps extend the forearms or anything to kind of allow you that four-limbed mobility?
I would say no at this point, unless you want to toss me a freebie from Paulson, because like I said, my left arm and my right arm are made differently. They're not even matching parts.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'll leave it up to you, honestly. If you know, I will say if it is something that you choose to go into, you know, it could be that something initially Paulson tried to train out of you, but when you saw that you resisted, you know, standing like a human and everything like that, he kind of gave in and played into that. So he could have fashioned you, you know, forearm extensions or something that allows you that more down mobility. So we could say that that's something that has happened, or perhaps something that will happen in the future. But
I think that's something that Paulson might have in mind. But what I want to say right now, because I think that's a good direction to go in. I would like to accentuate that as we develop the character. But for right now, the most important thing is that the parts are separate enough, because I got this mesh underneath, right? So that I maintain a lot of maneuverability, because I'm a kid, right? So I'm always climbing and jumping off of things, and rolling, hitting the ground, rolling, and keep on running.
Right.
Now I'm well ahead of the group.
Right.
And whenever I find any elevated ground, I jump up to it. If I find a tree, I'll jump up into it. So that's part of what my dad trained me to do, so I can see if anything's coming.
Nice. The spotter almost.
Oh yeah, the little helper.
Right. All right. And last but certainly not least is Nitro, that comes barreling out in his rad suit.
Yeah. So the rad RADD F-15.
Yep.
I think I kind of mentioned this before. He, for some reason, found this old book of like fighter jets and stuff like that, and he was really obsessed with the F-15. And so his looks kind of similar to an amalgamation of those. Like he's got like almost like dirty gray around him, but also some military blue around him too. And then his helmet actually has, and I don't know what the terms are for it. Like there's I don't know if those are wings or whatever that go horizontal in the back. I forget what those are called.
Oh, like the tail wing?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's got like two of those on the top of his helmet.
Nice.
And then one of them on the left side, you know how they would have like the star with like kind of like the wings going out of them or whatever. Instead, he has an anarchy symbol in a circle, and then he's got crow's wings on either side.
Nice.
So he's got that on the left side of one of the sides of his helmet.
Nice. All right, so yeah, we have this scene.
Oh, hold on! I got one more thing.
Yeah,
I got one more thing.
Yeah, of course.
and then his twin tubes look like the thrusters for an F-15 too.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, I can't forget that. So.
That's awesome. So yeah, we get this scene of the three of you of Trooper, Alphabet, and Rad F-15 kind of walking out into the burnt, and you reach a point where there's like a dilapidated house out on the outskirts, and as the three of you are walking, little helper jumps down and runs around the rest of the group, and at that point you all kind of do a quick check-in, and systems are go, everyone's good to go, and you begin to literally run into the burnt. So at this
Not me,
moment,
baby. I've been doing it.
Right? Yeah. All right. So at this point, what we are going to do is do our first check, our basically on the fly plan, making sure that your systems are good, that your points of interest and your points of navigation are good, and that your general concept of the layout and your path are all up to date. So what I would like is for everybody to go ahead. Actually, this is all right. We're gonna do brief development on the fly. All right. So I never actually thought about this, and I don't have plans for it in the rules. So I have it as we call for a brains check modified by any skills like survival or knowledge or anything like that are in line that would be useful. But I don't actually say who makes the roll. If one person makes the roll or if everybody makes the roll in order to plan. So if there's one runner, it makes sense that only that person makes the roll. But if you have a group like this, do you think that everybody should make the roll, or if we should have a group leader that person makes the roll?
We're checking the veracity of basically our briefing material.
Well, yeah. To make sure that you are able to plot a path correctly, and to make sure that that basically you're able to survey your surroundings, know your surroundings, and make sure that you have the optimal route out and back.
Well, unless we're planning on taking different routes, we all have to agree on one. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if it's a democracy, we all roll, but then we have to argue who's right. Or we have a leader, and that person should probably be the one with either the highest brains or the best computer.
Agreed.
Is this something like that we skipped it in RP where like after we, did the data queues before we set out, we were like, okay, how are we going to go? Like, did we miss the opportunity to do that?
No, so this is usually the very, so in setting up the run and actually going out onto the run, this is the very first thing that happens. Like once you're actually like in there, you're good, you're going, this is what you do.
Right.
So it's not necessarily something that we missed, but that's also potentially.
Is this in it like in a Day Trippers episode? Is this where the pilot makes the jump roll?
I was gonna say, is this the initial?
Kind of, yeah. It's very similar. Yeah.
Then it should be something just really quick. Whatever it is,
agreed.
Mechanically, it should be really fast.
Oh, absolutely. Normally, it's just you make a brains roll, modified by any skill that you think is important. You hit that roll, and we go. So yeah, very similar to a jump.
Because we real people sitting here don't have any means of telling whether our route is calibrated because the map is a question mark.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I have a brains of 3 and awareness of 1. So if somebody has better than that, then
nope.
Nope. So I would either leave it up
No.
to Alex doing that, or if Dog's kind of out front leading the way and we're following. I don't know how much history we know of Dog and his experience being out, but if he's out in front leading, Mao would just be okay. Whoever's out in front, I'm just going to follow them.
I'm 10 years old and I lived out here 9 years. But that doesn't necessarily mean I don't want to say that means I know every street and every neighborhood. I know the places that my dad found stuff and we would go to from time to time, and we would circle the city of Cezanne without coming in. So I want to say I do have a rough idea of where we're going. In fact, my intel is 30 miles beyond 30 blocks beyond where we're going. So I have a feeling that, if I may not have been on this street before, but when I get up on the rooftop and look around, I can probably see streets I think I know.
And I think just Mao, this being his first run, his feeling would be, okay, well, Dog's out front, Dog's kind of leading, so I'll kind of follow where Dog's going. Alex seems to be out rocking out, so I don't know how much he's processing, the map or anything like that. So I think Mao would just, follow whichever way Dog was going.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm almost wondering, like Alex, you're the oldest, right?
I think Mal and I are almost the same.
Okay.
I'm 25.
Okay. Yeah. For some reason, I don't know. Like, and again, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong or not. I know what Mal's thinking because he said it. But like, would Alex think that Dog should be the one to just go out there and even though he may know what he's doing to risk his life right away, would you let that happen?
No, I think even if you guys decided that Dog was going to make the roll, I think Alex would check that on his own, right? Like we may be following Dog, but Dog's a 10-year-old, right? Like
yeah.
But my brother is older than that. Like I have to get back,
Yeah. So because of that, and don't tell me if I'm wrong, but I almost feel then it would be an Alex and a Dog thing, and then there'd be an RP for that. Be like, okay, so Dog's out in front, but Alex is like, no, if he finds out something,
right.
Be like, whoa, Dog, don't do that, kind of thing.
Yeah. Except for me, I don't know how much of a brains thing it is. Maybe it's brains, maybe it's psyche. But I just kind of feel like I'm going, literally, if you went out with your dog and let go of the leash, your dog already knows some places it wants to go. And if you let it, it'll lead you. The dog is leading you now, right? Because it already has some spots in its head.
But is that something that everybody knows though? Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Is that wise? No, probably not.
Yeah. Cause literally as much as spoiler, Nitro has a little bit of a soft spot for Dog. He's still Dog's just gonna do what a dog's gonna do. So if Dog gets a little bit of his paw chewed on, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's another thing. You might see him. I mean, he's a wild child who you guys don't really know, and he doesn't trust anyone anyway. So maybe you want to treat him as the canary in the coal mine.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So here's where I think this might be going. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I see an opportunity here. So what if we say that Alex is effectively the team lead, right? But Dog has some information and knowledge and history in this area that he would be able to help Alex properly determine a route.
Sounds fair to me.
I would agree with all of that, but the roadblock is there is no effective relationship or communication channel between Alex and Dog, so that has to be determined and discovered and opened up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I kind of feel like in the way that this is set up, the Dog would make a roll, Alex would make a roll. Right.
Yeah.
And then depending on, whether or not you're setting a DL or if it's a graduated DL.
There is a hard DL on this.
Okay. So then,
Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure what this role represents, but I kind of feel like Dog makes a roll for himself, and Alex makes a roll as a responsible adult for the group.
Yeah. I think that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. So in that instance, I would like both Alex and Dog to make me a DL5 brains roll, and any skills that you feel would be associated that. And I'm gonna make a slight alteration to this. Dog, I would like you to make a psyche roll because you're going more on basic on previous history and your intuition.
Yeah, on feel.
6 + 1, 7.
I also got a
Nice.
7.
That's a
6
yes
plus
and.
I'm using
Yep.
awareness.
Jeez.
That's fine. Yeah. Yes and. Okay. So, Alex, you are looking at your map. You're looking at the information that Paulson has given you. You have your rally point and your destination, and you've taken into account the grays and the potential of the roving band of red sabers, and so you are able to effectively plot out a route there and back, and
I keep Dog kind of like on the path, right? So like he's out front. We're kind of following because we do know that he has some experience with being in the burnt. And then like, if he starts to like kind of bail out to the left because maybe he remembers something, he's able to sort of like corral him back. Be like, hey, back to the right a little bit. We got to head this, follow the sun, that sort of thing.
yeah. So you already have the plan that that Dog's probably going to get off path. He's going to lead you generally in the right direction. He's going to be a helper, but that you kind of have to rein him in a little bit, at least to stay with the group.
Yeah.
At least you have the plan to do that. You don't know if you're going to be able to or not, but
Let him burn off some of that little excess energy
Right?
he has.
Right.
it's like I know when I take my dog for a walk in the woods, as long as he's on the leash, he's totally fine. But if I unsnap that leash, he's going to be gone. So, and Dog, the same. You've this general area, and as we mentioned before, you've been or at least are aware of the point that you're going to. So you have a really good idea of kind of how to get there and how to get back. And
just 1 block from here, there is a house where I found a bunch of my dad said they were called magazines, and he slapped them out of my hand. But I'm going back there because there's a bunch of magazines that had naked people.
nah. And what Dog doesn't know is that while the magazines themselves, like pictures of naked people, you can get anywhere at this point. It's the future. But paper is another thing. Paper is a finite resource, especially in this day and age. So if you're able to kind of get a hold of that and bring it back, that could bring you in some decent rep.
I shoot ahead of the group a couple blocks. I'm staying on the same path that Alex has because the shortest distance is the shortest distance. We both know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But then I take a quick right down into an apartment complex, and Alex, you lose sight of me.
Hey, do you guys have eyes on him? Fuck, where'd he go?
Mao will kind of, while I guess we're still running, so he'll slow down a bit and just, kind of look over to see where Nitro's at, and then the direction Dog went, and maybe on his HSD he'll drop a pin, because that would be where Dog's going off. We'll just drop a pin in case we get too far ahead that we can track back if we don't see him.
Would this be a good opportunity to use the momentum mechanic to see if I can't catch up to him?
So momentum is more of a larger aspect of
Long-term.
travel. Doing it in this kind of shorter distance doesn't necessarily make sense, but definitely when you get back on path is when we're gonna be speaking about momentum.
Okay.
I can do 7 blocks a minute. I'm a quick little fucker.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think that's kind of what Mal's thinking, right? Because Dog was waiting to go, and once we started running, he got out. As we said, he got out, he came back, he darted out, got back. So I think Mal's just thinking, okay, he's darted off to the side. We're kind of in an area where Dog maybe has some experience or wants to go check something out from before. So he's just he's going to keep an eye on. But he's also going to drop a marker, so that we can all see if we don't see Dog in the next minute or so come running back. Which I'm assuming, if he's going up in trees and he's darting around, we've probably lost eyes on him a couple times. But he's always coming
right.
back.
Yep.
I would agree.
Everybody has comms, right?
Do you?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
So I guess he would just then be like, Doug, where'd you go? I don't see anymore.
I'll be right back.
Fuck. Like I don't say. I guess he kind of slows down. Then he's like, all right, hold on, guys. We don't want to leave him out here. Like first run and all right. Like we all got to make it back. And he'll start like looking up. If there's like side streets of like ruined buildings or whatever.
Yeah.
To see if he can't catch a hint of like. The dust where he had just run through, like little poofs of, cloud of dust sort of thing. Just try to get some eyes on him so we don't lose him. Like we don't want anything to
Sounds
happen.
good. All right. So real quick, in order to make sure that that Dog is able to find the cache that he's looking for, why don't you go ahead and give me a let's call it psyche, to kind of recall the information and what number apartment it was in. So why don't you go ahead and give me a psyche? It's going to be a deal.
Can I add awareness or streetwise?
Of course, yeah. Either one. Let's go streetwise. That one makes a little more sense. So it's going to be a DL4.
5 + 1.
Oh wow, nice. So we're gonna hold. So that's a yes, and we're gonna hold on to that and for a quick second. As Alex, why don't you go ahead and give me a brains roll to see if you have any hints or sights of Dog as he's running through the apartment.
Okay.
And
FYI, before I ran off the path, I rolled a
Yep.
d6 to see how many blocks off the path it was, and I got a 1. So I'm only 1 block away.
There you go. Yeah. And yours is going to be a DL3. It's on the outskirts of Saison, but it's still kind of blown out. A lot of holes in the walls and everything like that. So,
okay. I got a 6 total. I got a 5.
Oh wow, yeah. So yes, and so yeah, you're able to catch. You see Dog kind of in Little Helper kind of running up the staircase and going down the hallways, and you see the glints of his suit kind of coming off the sun as he runs through, kind of poking his head.
I have to retcon you a little bit. I don't use stairs. I jump right up the front of the building.
Oh, true. Perfect. There you go. Makes him even easier to see.
Yeah.
So yeah, Alex. So that's a yes, and so you not only can see Little Helper kind of just jumping right up, using the holes in the rubble on the side of the building to climb his way up.
Exactly.
But and
there doesn't seem to be anybody else around. So I jump on comms. I say to the other guys, I say, hey, he's down over this way, down this block. Let's wait out front. If he finds whatever he needs, cool. If not, then we're here. We can offer assistance.
Perfect.
We're gonna be like
So-
the jogger. We're gonna be like the joggers you see, where whenever they come up to a light at the crossing, where they're still moving but not moving forward.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
start
so,
our
uh,
run
Hands on
going.
hips.
Yeah. So luckily it's a 3-floor apartment complex, and the apartment, the room that Dog knows that the all the nudie mags are in, is on the 2nd floor. So you're able to kind of jump onto a pile of rubble and then run up and jump onto a windowsill and get yourself into the hallway and very quickly find the room that it was in. And what else do you have?
There's 9 nudie mags here,
Mhm.
and then there's some other books. They're like, I don't even know what they're called, but they're like notebooks and published books. And
Mhm.
and I remember Mal always talking about books, so I'm gonna grab a couple of those.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Well, I think, if nothing else, they might be worth some money.
Right, absolutely. Nice. All right. So yeah, you grab a handful of those books, as many as you can pile on, and you throw
Oh,
them
and
in
over
your
the
pack
comm,
Yeah.
over the comm, everybody hears me go, yes.
And in moments after you hear him say that, all of a sudden you see Dog then leap out of a window and come running back to the group.
Nice.
Yeah. He's got a
Good.
weird expression on his face because these pictures, I find them fascinating, but they also freak me out because I don't know anything about sex. And this is hardcore stuff. Women, I don't know anything. They kind of freak me out. Never actually interacted with a woman.
Hmm.
These fascinate and repel me.
Why is he putting her pee stick in her poop hole?
Yeah, what's coming out of this guy?
Does anybody else know that he has these?
I was going to say, does Dog?
Oh, you can. Yeah, I'm not hiding it at all. I got them in my hands. I got a couple books. Hey, Mal, you like these?
He looks like the type Nitro says, and then he giggles to himself.
Does
Mal-
Dog have a backpack or anything?
Yeah, I got a rucksack.
Hey, good find, cool. Let's put those in your backpack, right? So that way your hands are free. That way you can jump up on the buildings.
I'm phrasing. Your hands are free.
What?
So before Dog,
I'm just flipping through the porn and making weird fidget. Like Dog is just freaking out.
before Dog puts them in his rucksack.
Yeah.
Can I do an appraisal? So I want to find out if this is like Playboy, where there's like some actual stories in it, or if it's just Hustler, where it's just all pictures, right? Because I think Mal.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Give me an appraisal check.
Mal wants to save kind of anything that's written down, but if it's just
right.
nudie mags, then like you said, we can see porn anywhere. So
well, no, it was my yes and, so this is hardcore, man.
Okay. Yeah.
So I will. Did you said you pulled out a couple of the notebooks, right? Or was it just the nudie mag?
Yeah.
Actually, 3.
Okay.
I give you 3 books that I have no idea what they are.
Okay. So we won't do the penthouse letters versus just Hustler or whatever. So Mal will come over to while I'm guessing we start moving again, and he'll kind of reach over if Mal's close and like kind of give him a like a tap on the side, like a friendly tap. You did a good job. And kind of give him a pat, like he did a good thing, and then Mal will make sure on his cube that that pen that he put down, he'll kind of scribble nudies and notebooks. He'll put that next to the tab. Because obviously Mal's grabbed a couple, and he'll once we have a minute to talk, I'll ask Dog, I'll double check with Dog to see if there's any more of the other, just the scribbles, not the pictures back, where he found them. But I will mark that down on the cube to make sure next to the pin where we dropped it.
Yeah. And why don't you go ahead, give me an appraisal check. Make it a DL2. 3 actually. Deal 3.
As I'm putting everything in my rucksack, since we do need to move on, I'm kind of panting excitedly. You can hear me whispering to myself, "Good dog, good dog."
And that's why Mal kind of gave him a pat, say you did a good job, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I got a 3.
3. All right. So, you have that paper is a rare material in this day and age. So you have a general idea that you could probably get at least 1 rep, maybe 2 if you're really good at haggling. But you could probably get at least 1 rep if you were to use all of the books that Dog collected, not just the and we'll say that he probably got you a couple. It's weird. It's like a dictionary and a thesaurus. You know how they always came in like those 2-packs. So it's like a dictionary and a thesaurus, and then a 5-star 3-subject notebook.
Yeah.
That is like half the pages are written in. And it's in a language that you do not understand.
Okay.
But yeah, between those 3 books and then the nudie mags that Dog got, you could probably maybe eke out 2 rep for these if you were able to find the right buyer.
So that's 2 rep. This isn't like a group thing. This is 2 rep for Dog then.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The porn is mine. I don't care about the other books.
Yeah. Well, so that's the thing. Yeah, this is one, if one, potentially 2, if as a collection.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mal knows like what the 3 books that Dog gave him or is going to potentially give him is like, yeah, that's nice, but you're probably not going to be able to get much for it. But if you were able to also get a hold of Dog's books and sell all that stuff on, that would be a pretty nice little cash.
So I think there is that financial piece of it, but I think Mal's more focused on the written word. So his thing is, we've lost a lot. We need to gain that knowledge back. So I think splitting up, I don't think the rep, Mal's young and dumb, he's not worried about that at the moment. And obviously if the first place we go, Dog finds, some written stuff, there's probably a whole shitload out there, right? So,
okay, wait, you said a dictionary and a thesaurus, but you also said a language we don't know, right? So is this like
so the dictionary and thesaurus are in English. Let's say you all speak English. So the dictionary and thesaurus are in English, but then the notebook has writings in a language that Mal does not understand.
So is this like a foreign exchange student with a porn addiction?
Quite possibly.
So whenever Mal goes over to Dog, and pats him and says, you did a good thing, he'll also say, make sure you keep on to that. You keep a hold of those, all of the pictures, because that might be good. You may get something. How would he say that? Treats. No, you may get some. You may get some more on the. You may get some more when we get back. You may get some extra if you keep all those pictures. While he's patting him and saying good job.
Dog looks up at you and squints, and he shows you one of the pictures. What's coming out of this guy's dick?
We'll talk about it when we get back, but make sure you put it in your rucksack because
okay, all right.
You get some treats when we get back, but if you keep all those safe.
This shit's weird. Okay, I put it in my rucksack. I'm on to the next thing.
He just runs away.
Nitro giggles and he's like, "You're a dog, but do you know birds and bees? Birds and bees."
I know they're good eating.
He laughs even harder at that. Yes, they are.
Everybody has trouble running now. You're gonna make sure there's enough space in their suit now. After that, they're running a bit slower.
Yep. All right, so we'll so at this point, now that you've kind of made your little sidetrack, you're back to Mal's pin drop and back on the path on the And so you begin to run. And so now one thing that I'll bring up. So Dog in Lil Helper is just a little bit faster than everybody else. So will Dog, and now it's generally conceptualized that as a runner, once you get into the burnt, you're gonna be running, right? You want to kind of get in and out as fast as possible. The key here is the question I have for Dog is, would he stick with the group, or would he act? Is it more in line with him to go out on his own or stick with the pack?
Okay, so I have sort of two warring instincts, but I'm going to side with the second one, and I have reasons why. So I really am a dog. Like in my head, I identify as a dog. I don't trust people, and there's got every reason in the world to just run off. But my dad was harsh to me. And I know that a person has to earn their right to exist. And that's why you need to be a good dog. There's a difference between just being a dog and being a good dog. And I've been a good dog twice today, and I like it. So I'll run ahead, and I'll hide, and I'll wait for them to catch up, and then I'll do that again and again.
Okay. All right. So now the question that I have for the group. So now that we know that Dog kind of is staying generally with the group, would you like to push yourselves a little bit more? Would you like to do this a little bit faster? Do you want to get this over as quickly as possible? Or do you want to kind of take your time, go at the pace that you've set, and stay safe?
Nitro doesn't know safe. He wants to go as fast as possible.
Same
So
for Dog.
even though Dog is ahead, Nitro will try to get ahead of him, even if he can't.
Nitro's always the first one to catch up.
Yeah.
The other two guys are like maybe older and wiser. They're taking a little more time and scoping things out. Dog runs ahead, and Nitro just wants to prove he's.
Yeah, he'll do that thing where it's like when you jog in front of somebody and you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah. All right. So at this point, as John had mentioned earlier, so there is a mechanic within runners called momentum. So basically what you can do is that you can tweak your system. You can push it literally and mechanically a little bit harder to gain more speed. What this means, though, is that it is slightly more of a trade-off. Yeah, you're going a little bit faster, you're covering more ground quicker, but you might not necessarily be as aware of your surroundings as much, and other people or potentially animals or, X's or anything like that might be more aware of you. So if you would like, we can incorporate the momentum rule and give you a little bit more speed so that you can get this done and get to your destination a little bit faster.
I feel like I could already be going faster. I'm holding back, waiting for these guys.
You absolutely are, which is why it's more so for the rest of the group. Yeah. So if everybody else starts to go a little bit faster, that allows Dog to then go at his max potential. Right now, Dog is kind of holding himself back a little bit for everybody else. And everybody, you probably know how quick Dog is. He's young, he's fast, he's nimble. So, and he's already kind of running back and forth and running circles around, waiting for the rest of you. So if you'd like, the rest of you can increase your momentum in order to let Dog kind of run and for all of you to kind of get this done a little bit faster.
Yeah, Alex is a risk taker. So if Nitro runs to catch up with Dog, then Alex just says to Mal, he's like, "All right, we got to keep up," and
And I would think the adrenaline would take over, right? This is our first run. we're young. This is our first run. You've got the music rocking.
Yep.
Like dog's all excited.
Right.
He's found something. So I think the adrenaline and stuff would kind of take over.
I imagine once you get onto the run too, Alex just leaves his comm open and troopers playing in the background for everybody.
You probably want to turn your volume up a little bit, Alex, because dog is panting happily constantly.
Yeah, he cranks it up a little bit. Yeah, when they start hitting the momentum, he cranks it up a little bit.
Yep. All right, perfect. All right, so dog is fine. You have a higher speed than everybody else. So this is basically just going to allow you to run at your max speed.
I'm
it's
loving
going to
it.
have everybody else the ability to match you now. So Trooper, Alphabet, and Rad, I'm going to have you roll me a brains check, DL3, and include any skills that you think would be appropriate. If you have engineering or electrics or anything like that, you can go ahead and include it.
Mechanics.
Mechanics would work as well, sure.
All right.
What are we rolling for exactly? I'm sorry, I missed it.
You are rolling for momentum. You're rolling to increase your speed.
Okay, and then the speed is through grace.
It's on the suit,
yeah. Yep, it's your grace plus whatever bonus your suit gives.
Can I use piloting?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's go with that.
Okay.
I got a 6, sir.
Wow, nice.
And a 5.
Beautiful.
6 for me.
Awesome. All right. So yes, everybody here is able to increase their speed, so they now are able to keep up with dog, and dog is now super excited. You're able to run at max speed and kind of just run to your heart's content at this point. It's like when you're taking your dog for a walk and like they're kind of holding themselves back a little bit and you decide to jog and they're like, fuck yeah, and they just bolt off.
Exactly.
All right.
At the max speed, Nitro is actually like screaming at the top of his lungs. And he knows that it's probably bad form because we're out here, we don't really know what could be finding us, but Nitro does not care.
Beautiful.
Is
All
that like
right.
when you're like pushing yourself and just going ah?
Yeah, exactly. And then every once in a while he'll take like a break and then he'll hear like part of the song, and even though he doesn't really know it all that well, he'll find a part where he'll scream with it.
Yeah, right. I'm just trying to I want to do some quick math for you guys. So we have
We're going 250 blocks. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. So just to give you a little bit behind the scenes, so I keep everything purposely vague in terms of like speed and blocks and everything like that. But I have math. It as actual values. But I kind of hide that behind the mechanics. But just to give you a general idea right now, all of you in your suits are running at about 20 miles an hour. So, and that's a speed that you are
speed. Then we could do this 250 miles in 35 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're running right now. You're running at a little over 20 miles an hour, and that's a continual speed that you're running at, which is like superhuman, basically. So yeah, for Nitro to be like fuck yeah, like that makes complete sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So right now, the group of you are running through this dilapidated city. The sprinkle of rain has now stopped, but it's left everything completely muddy. But you're running through former streets and everything like that. Still like a thin layer of mud covering everything. It's flying up rooster tails behind you as you run through here. finding all the little nooks and crannies that you can go through. At this moment, we are going to hit our first nexus point. The only reason I'm saying this all out loud is basically because it's a playtest.
Wait, what? Oh no! I covered for this.
So with the nexus points, yeah, the GM has kind of an option. Either you can roll it behind the table, behind the screen, and I could just make all the rolls. But in this case, I want to include the four of you. So what I'm going to do is Mal, so with a nexus point, it's a potential change of direction. It's a potential either bonus or complication, whatever happens. So what happens at a nexus point is there is a question that is asked, and we figure out what that question is, and then we come up with an answer for it. So at this point, and the question usually has to do with what's going on or where you are. All right. So you can ask about how your gear's doing, about the path ahead, pretty much anything that has to do with the run. So you ask the question, we come up with that. At that point, we roll for it to figure out what the answer is. If you would like, you can actually just come up with a question. You can go ahead and answer it, or there is a handy dandy table where you roll 2d6 and it comes up with a question for you.
I think I have a good question if you want me to go that way.
Of course, yeah. So let's go ahead. So you go ahead and ask a question, and then we'll go through with the how to come up with an answer.
Okay.
Does the group get a question or everybody?
Nope. So it is one solo question. So at this point, because I am allowing the players to ask a question, I am choosing for it to be Kevin or, in this case, Mal to ask a question. It is kind of like a meta level thing. So, but it is a single question.
So
for the whole group.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
I guess it would all. Yeah. So that plays into what each of the players are thinking at the time. So I'm gonna go with Mal sees dog running out in front, and obviously we're keeping pace. Alex has the music playing. Nitro caught up with dog and is screaming. So I think the first thing in Mal's head is he's just gonna look around and go, okay, we're making good progress and good speed, but we're being a bit loud. So Mal's maybe question is, how is that impacting that? We've got some rock blaring out and Nitro
that is beautiful
yelling. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is perfect. All right. So at this point, so we have our question basically. Are we safe almost? Are we gathering too much attention? Right?
We're making good speed and making good time.
Exactly.
We're being a bit loud and having fun.
Yeah, we're going along at a really good clip. But so we have our question, right? At this point, we need to figure out our answer. So here is where your intel comes into play. All right. So because you have gained momentum, all right, you're kind of going, as I mentioned, you're going a little bit faster than normal as a group. Where while Dog's running at his max potential, the majority of the group are running above and beyond. They are having to push their system a little bit stronger. That's one thing I didn't mention with the momentum because I forgot about it, and B, it's not necessarily an issue because we're running such a short run. But when you gain momentum, you do have to do a push of 1. A push is basically when you do something. It's like overclocking your computer, right? You have to do something a little above what its normal routine is.
Nice.
So in order to gain momentum, you have to do a push of 1, which means that you spend 1 of your reserve power. But because it's such a short run, all of you have a pretty significant reserve pool. So it's not necessarily something that we have to worry about right now. But if you're keeping track, that would be for Alex, Mal, and Nitro, that would be -1 to your reserve pool.
On top of our normal, what we would normally use for the suit and everything else, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. So with the reserve is basically all the extra that you have. So yeah.
Because I think when we worked it out, I think I worked it out that I would use 5 each hour. So this this would be just 1 extra on top of that normal burn.
Exactly. So in the run, Mal's going to use 10 total. We're figuring it's going to be rounding up 2 hours. So you're going to use 5 to go there, 5 to go back, and then and I think you have what, like 40 something power. So yeah.
I got quite a bit. Yeah.
All right. So we've figured out our question. You have, are we safe? Are we making too much noise? At this point, 3 out of the 4 of you are pushing to gain momentum. So you are going to be making this roll at a -1 because you have made the push. But if anybody here has a piece of intel that they feel would be useful in answering this question, go ahead and use it. I think at this moment we have Mal. Mal knows that there are parts in useful parts for salvaging at the hospital, which isn't necessarily useful in this case. Nitro knows about radiation levels in this area, which also isn't necessarily useful. Dog knows about the area that you're going into and about the areas, that there's a little area a little bit past where you're going, which can be safe. So also not super useful. Alex does know about the roving packs of red sabers and kind of general threats that might be in this area. So if you would like to burn your intel in this situation, that will give you a bonus to Kevin's roll in order to find the outcome of this question.
Yeah, I'll burn it.
All right, sounds good. All right, so basically you gaining the momentum is giving you a -1. Alex is going to provide a bonus to the roll using his intel, so that's going to be a +1, so they're basically going to wash out. So Mal, why don't you go ahead and give me a D6 roll, and we're going to find the resolution to this question.
Okay, so just a D6.
Correct.
3.
3. Okay, so 3 is a no, but. So your question basically is, are we safe in this area, right? So the answer is no. You are making too much noise. This area is not, you have you've gained attention, between the 4 of you running along and everything, dog kind of running ahead, jumping around, the 3 of you just kind of barreling forward. Unfortunately, this area probably is not safe, but
I got a button.
Yeah, John, we all have butts. We're sitting on them right now. No.
I can't think of anything, John.
We're not caught flat-footed when the fucking red sabers jump down off the top of the building.
Maybe that's a good way to do it, right? So the three of them are going off there, in front. Maybe Mal slows down a little bit and says, "Okay, we're singing and yelling and screaming." Maybe he drops his pace just a bit, like he's not dropped off away from them, but he slows down a bit and just kind of like takes in everything around him, saying, is just to check maybe be a little bit more alert. That I realize that we're making a bit of a racket while we're going, so maybe his senses are a bit heightened for this. Probably isn't the most stealthy run anyone's ever done.
All right. So yes, you three, you four are kind of running along, and Mal kind of drops off slightly, and as you're kind of going through, you realize you start to hear kind of a slight yelp around, kind of echoing across a few of the buildings, and Alex kind of picks up that indeed you kind of you have crossed through the territory of the Red Sabers, but at least you know exactly where you are and potentially where they are. I'm going to be right back. You can go ahead and edit this out.
So maybe Mal over the call, maybe if we hear that at the same time, maybe Mal says, Alex, we may want to slow everybody down and turn down the music for a minute.
What?
Boy, I can't hear you.
I have Streetwise, but I can't do anything until Jesse gets back because I feel like maybe this gang. What are they called?
It's actually not a gang. It's mutated large felines, like mountain lion size mutated cats.
Red Sabers.
The natural enemy of the dog.
So okay, so yeah, I don't really know if this is Streetwise or not. I kind of want it. Yeah, the natural enemy of the dog, but like, do they leave any territorial markings? Is there any visible evidence with a Streetwise rule that I mean, they're not spray painting their tags, but are they leaving some sort of territorial boundary? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a Streetwise, right? Like, it's knowledge of, like, not that this is so much an urban area anymore, but knowledge of an urban area, right? So, like,
right.
if these things are here, right? Like, is it like you don't have tracking, but Streetwise kind of, we're not in the woods either, like we're in the remnants of a town.
Yeah, I feel like Streetwise would be a good thing for knowing those kind of things because you've probably seen the nooks and crannies of places where stuff like that would lie.
Right.
I concur. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and give me a Streetwise check? Let's make it a DL4. It's not something that everybody runs across all the time, but
I got a 6 + 1.
nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So as you're running, that's a yes and. So as you're kind of running through and looking around, yeah, you're able to pick up. There's white stains on certain areas from where their urine has dried and left marks on the walls.
Okay, the first time I see one, I stop right next to it. I hold up one hand for everybody to see, and I sniff it. Is it fresh?
Yes. It still has that acidic smell coming off it that even permeates.
Okay, with the hand that's in the air like this,
yeah.
with the hand that's in the air like this, I go like this, and then like this.
Now, question: does Dog actually know what he's doing, or is he just mimicking movements that he's seen other people do?
This is not. I don't know anything about. And this is me and Dog both saying, I don't know anything about tactical hand signals. Mm-hmm. This is something that my dad did. Me personally, I'm just making it up. These are signals my dad.
Right.
Okay, so this is. Wait a minute, I'm figuring something out. This means, oh shit, stop. Look around.
Look around. Nice.
So, like, Alex stops and, like, looks because he's not really sure. Like, those look like familiar signals, but, like, also he's a kid from the Waste, so he kind of, like, stops and sort of, like, looks left and right. Like, is he doing what?
Well,
I
you
think
also
he's
just
doing?
saw him. You also just saw him kneel up to this piss stain and take a big whiff.
Yeah. So Alex just says over the comms, "You guys see anything? Dog, what did you find?"
Cats. Cats. This is fresh.
He looks for like a cat, and he's like, "What's the fucking cat?" Oh, the red sabers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was it Alex that had the intel on the red sabers?
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Oh,
Big
so
ones.
like he pulls out the pistol, right? Takes a defensive stance and then starts to look around to see if he sees anything.
If Mal sees...
Go ahead and give me an awareness check, and this is going to be opposed.
Okay, I got a 5 total.
All right, nice. Yeah. So that is a yes. So you look around and kind of on the top over to your left across the street. And down kind of an alley a little ways is a collapsed building that has been completely destroyed. Even down to the steel structure is completely disintegrated. But there's still rubble and everything standing about 15 or so feet off the ground. And coming around the corner and over one of the sides, you see a pack of 3 sabers kind of trying their best to kind of come up from behind you just a little bit. And their quills are kind of laying down on their backs and their mouths are slightly open with drool coming down.
And you just hear click
How big?
as he turns the thing off.
Each one of them is about the size of a tiger. So a little bit bigger than a human, probably.
Nitro gets in front of Dog and kind of puts his arms almost around him from behind him to kind of shield Dog from what's happening.
And he says, I think those things are kind of fast from what I remember. I'm not sure if we can outrun them. We might have to fight these things.
I pull out my field knife.
I pull out my single flare that I got. Even though I have a flare on my person, I still bring out the flare that I have, the old flare.
Okay, everybody. There's a moment of silence, and Dog says, he whispers, "Ready?" You have 1 second, because the next thing he says is "go," and he fucking jumps, barking, full speed.
I don't think
Beautiful.
Alex knows he's not sure what you're gonna do, so he doesn't do anything, right? So he's just got pistol out, he's up against a bit of rubble, and he's like, I don't know, I think we're gonna have to fight these things. And you're like, ready? He's just like, yeah, I'm ready, right? I got my gun out.
All we hear
I don't want to make a change without your consent, Todd, but I kind of feel like in Dog, out loud, Dog actually repeats the commands that he's been given before. So instead of saying go, he says sick 'em.
I think you're right, and I would say 2 things. Mechanically here, when I say ready, I want to give all the other players a chance to respond to that. When I say go and I'm jumping, I'm actually declaring my action for the next frame. So until the dice hit the table, we don't know if I actually succeed.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So
I will say there is a decent distance between you and the pack at this moment. The pack and the pack. So we'll say that there's probably a good 40 or so meters between you, the 4 of you, and these 3 red sabers.
Yeah, and my intent
not a distance that
because again, I can cover 7 blocks in a minute, so I can cover 1 block in 9 seconds. And I'm spending that 9 seconds run jumping with booster thrust.
Oh yeah,
while snarling in
Yeah.
attack dog mode as loud as I can.
Yeah.
Because my experience with cats, I don't think I've ever fought any of these things, but I've fought cats, and half of them run away just from you snarling. So
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. So dog has scared off regular cats before. So he's
Sure.
assuming him in his suit can also scare off this giant cat.
yeah, but I'm not totally stupid. My knife is in my hand.
Right, exactly. All right. So in that case, let's go ahead. What does everybody want to do?
So whenever Mal hears the music stop, it's almost like when you're on an LP and you stop it and it goes rural whenever Alex turns it off. And then all of a sudden he hears dog whisper that and jump. So he kind of like crouches down for a minute, not like crouches down, but like he gets into a stance and just like reaches over and grabs his chainsaw as soon as he sees dog take off.
Mm-hmm.
I think when dog runs, Alex just shoots.
Yeah.
He's not expecting it, so like he wouldn't like. It's almost like a reaction to him running, like
almost off the hip.
Yeah.
When Nitro hears dog say ready, he's like, what? And then as soon as dog says go, Nitro's like, shit. And then he sparks the flare and starts running, like tries to get side by side with him if he can.
Nice. All right. So we have basically dog running forward, right? Alex shooting. Nitro, you're trying to keep up with dog. Mal, are you kind of staying behind, or are you keeping up with dog?
No, I'm gonna. But as soon as dog whispered that, I grabbed the chainsaw and I'm actually going to go forward to where everyone else is at. I was a little bit further back, not far, because I stopped to try to look around. But I will, run and try to catch up with everybody.
Sounds good. All right. So it sounds like everybody, why don't you go ahead and give me grace rolls? So we will assume you're in your suits, especially dog. You're using your boost, so you're able to get there super fast. So in your suit, you're a little bit faster than normal. So between the three of you running up, the three sabers running, you're able to meet each other.
I got a 5 alive.
Nice.
Go to 6.
Yeah, it could be better.
Ouch. 3.
All right. How about Nitro?
Nitro, not so good. Only a 2.
All right. All right. So Mal, you're running up. You pull out the chainsaw, and what exactly are you doing with it?
Am I ahead of dog or am I with dog?
We'll say you're a little bit behind dog. Okay. But there are 3 sabers and 3 of you. So they're kind of all running through. They've kind of each not necessarily purposely picked a target, but the 3 of you have rushed them. So,
okay. So I will say, I'm guessing dog is still snarling, right? So, he made some noise when he was running and he was snarling. And right when I hear dog snarl, I'll start up the chainsaw. So now there's a big giant mechanical snarl, and I'll kind of wave it. I'll wave it in front of me. If to dog's point, or to Todd's point, you snarl, you bark at a cat and it runs away. So now I'm gonna have my own bark going on and rip the chainsaw and get it going and just kind of wave it in front of me.
Yeah, when I hear that chainsaw join me snarling, I'm like, yeah, like this.
So are you going to attack one of them, or are you just kind of using that as intimidation?
With knife in hand. Actually,
both? I was sorry. In terms of Mal, sorry.
Mal?
Yeah.
If one is near me, I'm going to go for
absolutely,
it. I pulled it out, I ripped it, waved it around.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Close to me. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so you said you rolled a 6, and that's going to be against their defense of 3. So yeah, you get a yes and on that.
Okay.
That's
separate. That's separate than the harm for the chainsaw, right? The yes and.
So you could either the easy, the quick thing to do is just initiate another harm. So you could cause 2 harm with the chainsaw, or you could kind of inflict some kind of condition or anything that you'd like on them.
So I would say if they're, you said they're kind of matching up to each of us.
Yeah.
So I'll say I will hit the one that's closest to me with the chainsaw causing the harm, and maybe the and will be, I don't know. Tell me if this is 2 ands or if it's just 1 and. I'll hit the one in front of me and kind of push it back, and then with dog still, barking even louder and the chainsaw going, I'll kind of wave it at whatever next one is closest. So instead of doing like 2 harm on the one, I'll hit that one, push it back a bit, and then kind of swing at whatever one's closest to us, whoever's out in front.
Yeah. So what I'll do is say, you hit that one securely, and we'll say that the one going after dog kind of is spooked slightly by the sound and by everything going on. So it'll kind of throw him off his game a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
all right. Next up, so Alex, you take out the pistol. You kind of almost off the hip, go fire. And do you have any weapon skills or anything like that?
I do. I have weaponry pistol. I rolled a 4, so it's a 5 total.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, you rolled a 4. See, I asked what you rolled for, and then you told me with the bonus. So yeah, but still. So yeah, again, are you going, which one are you planning on shooting?
If there's one that hasn't engaged yet, right? Because I don't want to hit one of my compatriots. So if there's a gap on one, so like Nitro hasn't gone yet, maybe it's the one in front of Nitro.
Yeah, sure, sounds good. So yeah, that's actually a 5 against their 2. So that's another yes and.
Oh, he just does 2 damage then, straight like boom, boom,
Beautiful.
right in the chest.
Yeah. Yeah, so this thing actually, is kind of leaping up slightly and makes a nice wide target for you, and you end up just hitting it like right through the chest and the shoulder blade, and just blood goes flying straight past this thing.
What's the caliber on that weapon? How big is it?
There's none. It's pistol.
Well, just tell me what it is.
Big fucking gun. I just want to know if it knocks the cat back in the air. I want to see that.
If it's a 22 or not.
No, I mean, so are the calibers larger because these are suit weaponry, right? Like it's not a 9mm, right? Like it's something.
Well, I mean, it's not. So it's not like we're playing. It's not like we're Space Marines where you're giant guys handling giant guns. You're still human sized. And with the suits that you're wearing, you don't have like additional strength or anything associated with them for the moment. So they are still fairly, they are probably regular, though modified slightly, but.
Okay. So it's probably a 45 then.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, these dog, you've turned on the thrusters, jammed forward toward this thing. You got momentum on your side.
Now I'm not actually a fighter. I mean, I don't have any fighting skill. So what I'm doing is largely an attempt to intimidate based on my previous experience with cats.
There you go.
Okay, but tactically, I'm at full thrusting, jumping with rocket boost.
Yep.
With my knife, like tactically, I'm aiming for the center of the center cat. Like my trajectory will take me into the space his body occupies. Knife first. But I'm hoping I don't have to actually fight this fucker. I'm still thinking he's gonna turn and run.
Yep. So you actually are you attempting more of like are you attempting more of like an aggressive move, like an intimidation type thing, or
yeah, it is. The thought in my head is literally, motherfucker, I will run right through you, and that's what I'm thinking to myself.
Beautiful. All right, so here's what I'll do. So Will, actually, why don't you go ahead and give me a psyche roll? If you have intimidation, go ahead and use that. I will grant you this too. If you want to do a push and use a power, I will grant you a +1 on this as kind of a payoff of, the flare of the boosters and everything behind you.
Hell yes. I mean, you know what? I would be Naruto running if I didn't need to have my knife in front.
Right, exactly. All right, so yeah, go ahead and give me a psyche with a +1 on that.
Cool. Got a 6 + 1, 7, baby.
Oh, that's a yes and. So yeah, you start to blast right for the middle one, just like, barking and yelling as loud as you can. The flares on the boosters on your back just burning this blue hot fire. And
he turns and runs.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And I turn to the one that Mal is facing, and I shout, "You want some of this, motherfucker!"
Yeah, so the saber that dog goes to charge for kind of almost like digs himself in and like rolls over onto his side, and then just goes and turns in almost a 90-degree, bumping into the one that Mal had chainsawed, using that as momentum
crazy
to kind
fucking
of
head of hair. Basically,
right?
This cat thinks I am the biggest, craziest dog it's ever seen.
Yep, its quills are flat on its back, ears flat. It just goes to run as far away from dog as it can.
Damn fucking right, you better run.
Nitro. So right now you have you're running, and there's a blast from behind you of the 45 that Alex carries.
I have to point out, by the way, because I have a deep voice and I'm an old man who's a smoker, but everything that Dog says is in a 10-year-old boy's voice. His testicles have not dropped.
I'm getting a very what was it? Kick-Ass with I can't remember who the little girl was that was in it. But like
maybe I should also point out, because this is maybe a shock to all you guys, like Dog going ready and go, and like everybody going, what the fuck? Okay, yeah. This is Dog in combat. You've never seen Dog in combat before,
right?
What Dog is really doing is he's remembering what his dad used to do.
Yeah. All right. So Nitro, what do you got?
So
you still have a saber almost, probably a few meters off from you. You two of you are running in towards each other.
Yeah, I think what I would probably try to do is just use that flare and just try to stick it in its face.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Because it's burning so hot. He knows his heat, and he knows that this could potentially ruin its life. So
awesome. Yeah. So yeah, why don't you go ahead? You're gonna. So let's see. What did you get? You had a 2, but with the so how I made you do that charm roll earlier. Yeah. So that actually your friend was kind of didn't quite know exactly what he was giving you. And you kind of not necessarily intimidated him, but you older kidded him enough that he gave you what he didn't, the thing that his mom told him not to touch. He kind of gave that to you, and like, this is not for you to play with. He gave it to you anyway. So yeah, that's actually going to be a +1 flare. It's going to give you that kind of little extra bonus. So with your 3 going against the 2 of the saber, that's going to be a yes. So as you kind of run up, you break the flare open and just stab it into the chest of this thing. The boom of Alex's pistol goes off. Blood flies there. The spark and singe of hair goes off, permeating the air. Not that you can smell it with your through your filter, but this thing kind of lets out a yelp as it falls down onto the ground on its side and kind of twitches a little bit.
And Nitro kind of like, kind of instead of like he's actually, you know, behind the scenes actually like really scared of these things, but the fact that he actually planted, you know, and injured this cat, he kind of lets out kind of a almost like a hysterical kind of giggle, kind of like kind of thing, and
Nice.
then kind of backs off.
All right. Yeah. So these the 3 sabers that you started off with, the one that Dog had charged, kind of turn around, ran, got some distance between them. You have one laying on the ground, and you have the one that Mal just put a nice gash down onto the side. At this point, the one that Dog had growled at just runs down back towards the alleyway that they came out of. Meanwhile, the other 2, the one that Mal had slashed, the spines on its back kind of go up, almost like hackles on a cat. Its ears go down, and it just bares its teeth at you. And the one that that Nitro had just taken a slash out of kind of gets up, kind of with a limp over on its side, but it looks like it's, at least for now, ready to defend itself. And so they're now kind of taking up kind of defensive positions at the moment, but they look like they're no longer making advancement towards you, at least.
How close are we to each other? We're just a meter or 2, right?
The 3, Mal, Nitro, and Dog are probably within a few meters of each other, honestly. Okay. Alex is probably a good 20 or so meters back.
Can I make a brains check to determine which one I feel like poses the bigger threat?
Yeah, that's an absolutely, that's a thing that you might be able to do, yeah.
Is that something I can con you into giving me an awareness, or that? I mean, it's not really awareness, right? Like, it would be more.
It might be awareness. I was about to suggest something myself, similar thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say awareness, huh?
What's my DL there?
I could be amenable to that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Cool. What do you got for me? What's my deal?
Let's go with a DL 4.
Okay. I don't know what that symbol means. Oh, it's a 6. I thought
nice.
It was a 1.
So that's going to be a yes and. So yes,
yep.
You know, the just kind of looking from markings from the size of the cat and everything like that, and from kind of the way that they led the attack, that the one that is currently laying on its side that you had shot looks to be the alpha of the group.
Okay. Cool. I know what I'm doing then.
All right. Speaking of, so what are the 4 of you going to do?
I am
New frame.
Yeah. New frame.
Can I move and shoot? Is that a thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna range to my left a little bit so I can get a clearer shot, and I'm gonna shoot the big one.
Nice.
I kind of imagined that Mal was closer to me. I'm not sure why. So that would
Makes
be
sense.
his cat is closer to me.
Yeah, especially when he hit with the chainsaw, that cat kind of moved a little bit closer towards you anyway. So,
is it still like posing a threat? Is it looking up?
You said its quills were raised,
it's still,
right?
yeah, it's still very much aware. It's no longer advancing to you. It's kind of taken up a defensive position, but it's still very much aware of you, and it's not backing down for the moment.
It's only like a meter away from me, so I think jump boosting into it is not really practical. I'm just gonna lunge at it with the knife, screaming.
Sounds good.
Growling.
Right, yeah. Malone, Nitro?
And again, by the way, I hope to intimidate it, but it seems a lot less likely this time.
Right.
So I'm guessing the one closest to me is the one dog.
It's
is
the
going
one
at
that you had attacked previously, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the one dog's going at now. So
Correct.
I'll hold for a minute, you know, kind of look around to see where everyone else is at. You know, I'm not going to leave where dog's at, just in case he needs some help. But I'll turn around and look and check the status of, you know, Nitro and Alex, and, you know, see what kind of situation they're in at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So you go full defense then?
Would it be defense? No, because I want to be able to react if I see dog gets in trouble, right?
Well, but here's the thing though. Everybody declares an action at the beginning of the frame. So if you're holding back, then you're
I see what you mean.
You're doing something else.
No, yeah,
you're
no.
doing
So
defense.
No, so yeah, I will be. You know, I'll have the chance. I'll be revving it, but I will be checking on dog.
Okay, so here's what I would probably rule off the hip as a core GM right now. I would say you use your action doing something else, and I might even give you a roll of some kind of mental awareness brains or something like that. But the fact that you're basically giving up a turn now is going to give you a +1 in the next frame.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to make any. I wasn't going to make any action other than just like checking around and making sure that Nitro and Alex aren't in any trouble, because you know, I hit this one. This is the one closest to me. Now dog's going at it, so I want to keep my eye on dog, but also see if anyone else is in trouble.
So here's
Right.
So here's
this is
actually
kind of like doing something else, and the thing you're
Right.
doing is giving yourself a +1 positional advantage. Next
Well,
time.
what I was thinking is, since you're purposely looking out for your teammates, what I was potentially thinking of doing is actually giving, allowing you to do a roll to give them positional awareness, so that they would actually get a bonus on if anything attacked them.
That'd be a helping.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
It sounds good.
That's good. All right. So who do you want to help?
Not me.
I'd say right now,
you guys
either
are all in melee.
Exactly. Either dog and Nitro right now are in melee. Alex is a little bit behind you, so, and you're not yet aware that he's, you know, going to be charging up. So
Yeah, I'm moving in, but I'm not in harm's way.
And you're
Right,
a bit
yeah.
further back, yeah. And I don't
Right,
have a
exactly.
gun, right? I've got a chainsaw, so it's not like I can
Right.
help you unless I run over. I will say dog, so I will, you know, because dog's the one closest to me, I think.
dog, nice. All right. So why don't you you're gonna go ahead and give me a let's say brains roll, and it's gonna be pretty like a DL. We'll make it like a 3. And everybody else, so we have go ahead and give me your rolls.
7.
So did you say dog's going to give you the roll, or I give you the roll?
No, so you go ahead and roll. Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah, your
Alex
help
with
has to be
7.
resolved first,
I got
so that we know whether it helps.
I
Correct.
got
Yeah.
And just as everybody's rolling, Jesse, like, so mechanically the shot would go first, right? Because you can't be faster than a bullet. I don't know that it matters, but
Well, I tend to
Right.
just
Although
for
it could
ease
take
of use,
you
I
a
just tend to
second to
go. Yeah, I just tend to go down down the rolled order. So I don't feel like getting into weapon speed and all that kind of stuff.
well, so like if you're gonna rush me and I'm gonna shoot you, my action's gonna go off first, right? So like if
Well,
Dog is
not
gonna try to
necessarily. I
scan
mean,
it.
just because the bullet goes faster doesn't mean that your reaction is faster.
Right, but what you want to do is picture it as a frame. This is the frame where the bullet goes through one cat while another cat is doing this to dog and da 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 da. This is the
Right,
frame where
yeah.
all that's happening at once.
Yeah.
So in a way, it doesn't matter what order you resolve in.
Yeah.
Very true, yeah.
Although in theory, it kind of makes sense that if it affects any of our narrative, like if there's a chance of me seeing my target struck by his bullet.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. But it could also go in the reverse of, if dog stabs the dude first, it could affect Alex shooting a different target, all that kind of stuff. So
Right, but we've already declared, so it's not even going to change that much if we do it
exactly, yeah.
Weird order.
Right. All right, so yeah. Alex, you said you roll a 6.
7. I rolled a 6, 7 total.
You rolled a 6, yeah.
Yes.
You can't roll higher than a 6.
I understand what's happening, yes. I had to do this when I read the book.
Look at the man's shirt. I think he knows the game.
It's taken me 2 hours.
What else we got?
So I got a 4 on my roll to help dog.
Beautiful.
I haven't even declared what I have had, what I got to do.
Oh
yet.
yeah, Nitro.
Well, thanks
geez.
a lot. God, GM, you're the worst.
I'm horrible. What's your declaration of intent?
To burn. I want to burn. Actually, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to probably screw myself over, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Does the flare still burn after I burn the first cat?
Give me a D6 roll.
Okay.
Oh, this fucking guy. I would say
Yeah, good
yes.
question.
I mean, you can't even put them out in water.
6.
Yes, it's still burning.
Yay! I burn a cat. There's
yeah.
2 left, right?
Yeah, there's basically the one just barely in front of you that you just slam that flare right into, and then there's one kind of mostly towards dog, but in between dog and Mal.
Yeah, it just makes sense that I'm just gonna burn the other cat. So
it really does.
Or yes. So there we go.
They call him the cat burner.
And so yeah, what roles do we have for dog and Nitro?
Okay, here we go. I actually don't have any fighting skills, so this is just a straight D6.
Straight grace.
Oh, question.
Yeah.
I don't know what pushing. Like, can I use pushing to make my arm come down super fast with this knife in its hand, or is that not a push?
That's it. If you had, I'd say if you had some type of mechanic or augmentation that was already associated with your arm, perhaps, but whereas your
really.
thrusters are mostly for forward momentum, it wouldn't necessarily play into this case.
I have hydraulic actuators. It's actually water being pumped through my system.
Right.
Did he get a bonus from Kevin?
Oh yeah, did I get a bonus?
That would be mostly on well, it depends. I'd say you can either use the bonus now or you can use it on as more of a negative to the red saber attacking you. So I'll let you use it in either case. You can use it either as a positional bonus going into the attack,
so it's
or
like
positional awareness.
He may be telling me where to hit it, or he may be telling me look out.
Exactly. Yeah. So it all
right?
depends on how you want to use it.
Okay, I'll use it defensively. He tells me to stay behind it, which is not what I was thinking. So good on you, Kevin. Okay, and now here comes my roll. Because if it's not running away, I'm going to have to stab it.
Right, exactly.
And I got a 4.
Stabbing 8.
And you got a 4. And how about Nitro?
I rolled a 5.
You rolled a 5. All right. Not bad. Dropping my pencil all over the place. All right. So yeah, your Alex goes to shoot. Which one are you shooting now? The one that is your same target, or the other one that they had hit previously?
The same target, the one that I already hit, because I intuited that he was the larger threat.
Very nice. All right. So you got 6 and then +1 from your weapons, so that is 7. So that is a yes straight. I rolled much better this round than I did the last round.
All right, so it takes another one in the chest area.
It does. So let's see. It
Is that 3 harm?
actually, you know, that
Yes,
is
at least.
so that's
No, it's more than that, because
that's going to be 4 at
Nitro
this
did it.
point. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So and actually, so yeah, the it had previously taken 3 harm last round. And so yeah, when you hit it, it kind of was on the ground and reeling from its attack.
Previously on Ouchies.
Actually, so you know what? I'm gonna ask the creator of Core. So the 3 harm that it took previously was 3 harm to the Grace. That put it to 0, which means it is currently whatchamacallit?
Incapacitated.
Stunned. Would it still be making a roll because it is stunned, or would that automatically make everything a DL2 on attacks against it?
It's DL2 against it because it can't do anything this round. It can't even defend.
Beautiful. All right, so it is stunned. So in that case, that is a yes and.
So it takes 2. So like
2.
it
All right.
tries to struggle to like kind of get up, and it like moves its head around and curls its lips back, and the teeth are dripping with spit and other stuff. And Alex ranges around to the right, draws a bead on it, and hits it, like right in the lung area, like up in the
I'm
chest.
actually gonna do you one better. So yes, and you swing around to the side, you draw the bead, you hit it, and it goes right through the middle of its head, side to side, and the brain just goes, and the whole thing falls over onto the ground.
I'll take it. I was trying to preserve the head. I wanted to take that back, but
the teeth are still intact. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
I get it right through the ears.
Exactly. Yep. As you know, on the Red Sabers, the often blood-stained incisors are what are that, and the quills on the back are what gain you the most rep coming back.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, and then let's see. So now the saber that is in front, kind of between Mal and Dog. It's reeled. It at this moment kind of on its hind legs, quills up. It's sitting in place, kind of waiting for your attacks, looking at kind of its eyes almost glancing back towards its brother that had run away. So at this moment we have let's see. Let's go with Dog.
Okay, so I rolled a 4.
So you rolled a 4. Do you have any weapon
me.
skills or anything?
No, I do not.
No, okay.
And
All
I
right.
cannot push it. So really, it's just about. That's why I chose to use it defensively, because I figure I'm probably going to miss and I'm going to need it defensively. Yep. That's why I took Mal's advice.
So in fact, you So you roll. You got a 4 against actually it's 6. So that's going to be a no and.
Mm-hmm.
So not only you go to kind of rush forward, but in your youthful exuberance, kind of just blast and end up losing all of your balance, sliding in the muck and everything that just covers the street, and you go sliding underneath this thing now at the point.
Underneath it.
Underneath it.
Is that the and?
That is the and. You are now prone, laying underneath this thing.
Okay, well, next frame we'll see how its belly likes my knife.
We will definitely see how this fills out. And Mal with the chainsaw as well. You're going after this thing. Actually, no, you were kind of looking out, so you're fine. You were hoping to give Dog some insight into his defense.
Mhm.
Nitro.
Okay, by the way,
So,
what everybody just heard was yeah, and then you hear Dog go, whoa, shit.
So Nitro, you were planning on making an attack to the one that Alex just took out. Would you like to revert your attack over to the other one now that
Yeah, I think I would. I think he's looking for blood. So, he's
There you
got a
go, yeah.
flare and he's looking for it.
I don't necessarily want old school D&D. I don't necessarily want you to completely lose your action because Alex took out your target.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Alex.
So yeah, do you so I gave you the +1 from the flare before because you rolled a 6 on kind of like a recharge type thing or just see it going. We're gonna carry that +1 over. Nice. So that's gonna give you a 6 on the attack. It has a 6 on its defense. Jeez. So that is a no but. So while you kind of rush forward and slam this flare down, you slam it on its side, which is way heavily plated in terms of the spikes and the spines and everything that are on its back as opposed to the belly that you had previously got it on. So unfortunately, your attack doesn't quite penetrate through its defenses, but
I think the flare is gonna scare it a little bit, and it's gonna put its attention on me instead.
Nice. Okay, I like that. All right. So at this point, we have Alex still a little ways off. You've kind of skirted around to the side, and now Mal and Nitro kind of on either side of this thing. Dog directly underneath it, and it now realizes that it has kind of a target right underneath and a meal at least. So it's alone, and it's definitely looking to get out of here. But at least it might come by. It might leave with a snack. So it's gonna. What is that?
Kurt used his end to draw its attention.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks down. It has the potential of a snack, but it also now sees you out of the corner of its eye with this red light flashing, almost like Jurassic Park style. Like you're like fuck ah! And it feels kind of like the singe on its side. All right. So yeah, it's now attracted to you, Nitro. And it's going to begin to kind of turn and lunge at you before it tries to make off with its meal, which would be Dog. What does everyone else want to do?
Positionally, is it safe for me to take a shot if I continue to sort of range around? Like I'm figuring like it's a big sort of half.
If you want to almost like keep skating around the area, trying to get behind it. Yeah, sure. We'll see if it is.
Okay. Well, I guess it depends on the dice roll.
Right. How about everyone else? We have Mal. What are you looking to get?
No,
you have Dog now underneath this thing.
I'm gonna,
which I think might turn out quite nice.
We'll see.
Chainsaw doesn't really, it's not like I have like a dirk or a shiv. I've got a chainsaw. So maybe I'll turn the chainsaw off and kind of reach over my back to put it back on, because I see Nitro up next to me also with the flare. So I'll put the chainsaw back in the harness and kind of move closer to the cat and see if I can, start crouching down to see if I can see where dog is, and maybe grab some ankles and pull him out. But yeah, I'm not going to attack.
Sounds good. So are you going to basically, what exactly are you doing then? Are you...
I'm getting closer to it. I think you said Nitro kind of took its focus.
Yeah.
But,
so are you almost like waiting? Are you going to kind of like wait till its focus is fully on and like try to help dog to safety, like out of it, or? Sounds good.
I'm going to see if I can see if dog's moving around, see if he's got stomped on or clawed or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to attack because, I don't have a very finesse.
So what we'll do is we'll consider it depending on what happens in the situation. If dog needs assistance getting out from under there, at that point you can kind of make a help roll to get him out from under there.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not focusing on Mal's not focusing on attacking. He's focusing
exactly.
On, see. Yeah.
Sounds good. Nitro.
Nitro's gonna taunt the red saber, and it's gonna be like, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty,"
Nice.
and wait for it to pounce before it shoves the flare into its face.
Sounds good. So you're kind of trying to draw. Everyone right now is kind of trying. So you're trying to draw its attention away from dog, and Mal's getting ready to yank dog out from underneath the saber once it kind of begins to move.
Mm-hmm.
And dog isn't paying any attention to any of them.
Exactly. Alex is trying to swing around to get to the backside of it to get a nice clear shot. What's dog going to do?
Okay, so how wounded is this thing? How many points of harm has it taken?
It's taken. You've stabbed it once, and it's taken a nice slice out of its. So you stabbed it on the left side, like on the left flank, and then it has a nice slice up the right side. So.
I didn't hear you say I did a point of harm, though, so...
I think the very first attack did a point of harm.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you didn't actually harm it. You kind of just... Oh, you scared the first one. That's right.
Right.
Yeah. So right now it's only... taking this to one harm. Yeah.
Mal hit it for one, so it's only taking one hit.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I crossed the wrong one off on my list.
Directly underneath it, would you consider that a superior position? I'm going straight up into its belly.
Let's see. You know what? Go ahead. Go ahead and give me a straight up grace roll, and we'll split in half. Difficulty 3.
Got a 6.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, you're able to kind of like slide and reposition yourself enough so that you are actually in.
Well, you said that I was on my. You said I was on my back and I was beneath it, right? Yep. So I'm imagining I was running toward it, but then I hit a patch of mud. I went feet first, right? Feet first, and I'm looking up at its belly. My knife is already in my hand, so it's just straight up.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So at this point, you both kind of have situational advantage on each other. So all it has to do is lunge down and
looking at Nitro.
Exactly. Yeah. So if it were to attack you, it would have advantage on you. But you're also right below it, so you can just kind of quickly stab up like that. And you happen to have landed on your back instead of your stomach, so you don't have to do any maneuvering in order to get there. All right.
So do I rip its belly open?
We'll see.
The question I really want to know the answer.
Some rolls. Give me some rolls. So we're gonna have Nitro. You're gonna be kind of trying to taunt it to intimidate it towards you, while we have 2 attacks from Dog and Alex.
I rolled a 4.
Okay.
4.
What did my grace roll just determine?
What was that?
The grace roll I just did. What was that?
The grace roll that you're going to be rolling is basically to determine if you can get your stab off fast enough before it jumps over to Nitro.
You just had me roll one. It was a 6, but I don't know what it was for.
That was kind of a luck roll. It was to see kind of how advantageous of a position you landed in, and whether or not you were in a proper position to get under him.
Okay, so does the 6 mean that I get a +1?
Yes,
position?
it does. Yep.
Okay.
What do we have?
Yeah, I rolled 1.
So I have a question, Jesse.
Yes.
So if I'm gonna do the taunting, I said I'd do the taunting, waiting for him, so I could burn him or whatever. So for the taunting, should I do a psyche roll then to
Yes, you should
get his attention? Okay,
sure.
I did not roll that right, so I wanted just to get it the right way. So, a 6, baby.
Beautiful. All right. So it is going after you instead of Dog, at least.
Oh, beautiful.
What's your grace?
My
Who,
grace?
me?
No, Dog's, yeah.
A 3.
Oh, 3, all right.
And your highest was a 1?
No, it just was that was just an attack roll, which I don't have any skill in. Oh.
Well,
so
yeah,
I
but
only
you're
use-
still using your grace, so wouldn't you roll all 3?
Okay, it is grace based. I'll roll all 3. I will happily correct my misreading of that rule. Because I got a 6 in there this time.
Oh, beautiful.
Plus
Not a
plus
misread,
Plus
just
one
a
for-
different interpretation. Yep. Yeah, you get the +1. And at this point, we just have this one guy left. So there, beautiful. All right. So we have Nitro. You begin to kind of you stab this thing, and you begin to fucking just wave the flare, getting the thing's attention. It turns, it lets out a hiss towards you. It begins to kind of turn and lunge at you, and at that moment, Dog, you come up with your pokey stick and basically just right up into its belly. And that's going to be a yes and for you.
Oh, absolutely 2 hits.
Nice.
And
how about
now I'm
Alex?
screaming, "You're good eating!"
As he's covered
Alex,
in
you
goo.
rolled. Did you say you rolled a 4?
I rolled a 4, so 5 total for attack.
Okay. That is going to be a no but. So you kind of let the shot off. It jumping and moving kind of throws your aim off a little bit, and it just kind of hits in kind of skates across the spines on its back. But
because it's gored, it kind of like balls up, so it doesn't get a good attack on Nitro. Where like it
Sure, I'll
throws
allow that.
off its thing as it like gets ripped from chest to abdomen. It kind of like it's leaping out with both paws, and then it just kind of like curls and sort of falls to the side.
nice. Yeah, I like it.
Kind of
So
got its
that-
attention.
right, exactly. So yeah, and that is gonna actually be so that brings that down, so it gets a no and against its attack on Nitro. So it begins to leap forward, and between the slash across its belly, the shot against its back, it kind of curls up into a ball and takes like this half-hearted swipe at Nitro that you're pretty able to kind of easily step off to the side.
Have we taken any of its stats to 0?
You have not yet.
Fucker.
It was a no end?
Hmm?
It was a no end with its
Oh,
attack?
actually, you know what? You guys. Well, go ahead.
It missed with a no end, right?
It did, yeah.
So could we say that the end is that it bleeds out as its intestines like just
True,
drag
yeah,
along
all right,
the
so-
ground?
You know what? I'll absolutely let's go with that. Yeah, so it goes and actually, it hits to the ground and kind of opens up the gash even more, and so you see kind of it.
And its weight doesn't crush my young body beneath it.
Exactly. It had kind of jumped off of you anyway. So yeah. But yeah, you kind of see it its eyes almost like roll back in its head momentarily. So moment of freedom for the four of you. It's still alive, but it is in a state of shock at the moment. What would you like to do to it? You can either run, you can do anything that you'd like at the moment.
If nobody moves, I think I just walk up and put 2 in its head, right?
Nitro's gonna beat you to it. Nitro's gonna take that flare and just stick it right in its eye.
Yeah.
Stick that flare right in its eye.
Dog is going to help Nitro by cheering on enthusiastically.
Nice. Well, so
Miles-
if you do that, then he walks over to the other one and he says, "All right, well, I guess let's get to work." And he starts. I don't know what makes more sense to take the head, switch over to the field knife and cut the head off, and throw that in the backpack, or if it's like literally like smashing teeth out. Like I don't know. Like world-wise, I don't know what the easiest. Like what would make the most sense, right?
Yeah. So real quick, as we kind of see, we have one of them laying on the ground, the one that Alex had shot straight through the head. You come in, Nitro comes and just shoves the flare in the eye of this one, and the whole skull kind of temporarily lights up like a flashlight going, shining through the head. The whole thing shines up right before the flare dies. And then we see kind of a little ways off the other saber that dog had scared off kind of gets like up in a haunch looking at you. You growl back at it and it just kind of turns and runs away down the alleyway. And at this moment, if you want, you can spend the time to cut the head off. Mal has a chainsaw. It really all depends on how careful you want to be with this thing.
I mean, I don't have like hunting or skinning, trapping skills or whatever, but I would assume that like in this world, we probably all have some experience with butchering stuff.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I could give you.
I'd say if you have survival or anything like that, that could play into this.
Nope. I give you either brains or a grace to do a good job. Because I also it's a size 3 as a whole being. I want to like take the meat, the head, and the quills.
Yeah, we'll say that's 1.
Okay. So I don't know how long it takes, but that's what I'm going to do. What do you want me to do?
Let's see. Go ahead and give me a roll. It's going to be we're gonna go off basic salvaging rules for this.
Okay.
So give me a brains 3.
Okay.
Salvaging rules, something that aren't in the rules that I actually wrote.
2-2-1.
Oh, you suck at this.
I'm doing a really bad job.
As Alex is like really struggling to do that, Nitro behind the scenes, like trying to do it while no one else is kind of looking, goes up to Dog and gives him kind of like the biggest little noogie and says, "Good boy."
Dog actually laps around you a couple times.
But then if Alex,
each time I go, I run around you and kick that fucking cat, and then run around you again and kick it again.
Yeah, and if Alex or Mal start like looking that direction, then I start kind of walking away like I never did it.
I'm too busy looking at the shitty job that Alex is doing on.
It's got a new butt, right? So like, but it's not like
It is a new
totally
butt.
butchered, but like it
Yeah.
takes a lot longer,
It's a
right?
bit messy.
Well, I'll say you're so the nobody. So we'll say that you're not able to fully butcher it, but you at least are able to get something out of it that you think you might be able to bring back that's worth something.
Okay, like maybe
So
the
it's
meat
now-
winds up
so
not
it's-
being useful.
Yeah, exactly. So it's now not so if you were to be successful on the roll, then it would have been a definite return on investment. Now you're going to actually have to make the pitch to somebody that be like, oh no, this is definitely worth something. You could definitely use it.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to put a little more work in the back end at this point.
No, so he like looks up, hands all bloody. There's blood all over the front of his thing. He's like, hey, either one of you, can you guys do like this is hard, man. Like, you ever cut one of these things up before? He's got these scales and shit, and he's like pulling at the back. He's like, I mean, we got another one. Like,
Hey, look at
gotta
this,
be
look
worse
at this.
than Rhett.
Watch this. And I kick it in the belly real hard, and blood splurts out its mouth, and I go, bleh! Watch, I'll do it again.
Mal looks down and sees Alex up to his elbows and blood splashed everywhere. It says, hopefully you're carrying that back and you're staying downwind for the rest of the way.
Well, look, yeah. So my shit's already all bloody, right? So like, if you could, what do you guys want to help me with the other one? Like, I'll take it. It's fine. I don't care. I mean,
Is there the one that
Hey, Jesse, can I get a
Yeah.
streetwise to know if there's any water around here?
Sure, go ahead.
I
is
mean,
the
there's
one
cats.
There is.
is the one near?
Let's
the
go
one
ahead
near-
and let's make it a DL4.
I got a 4+1, so 5. Yeah.
So 5, that's a yes. So yeah, there that there actually is probably a handful of blocks down the road. There is a your dad used to call it a main. It's kind of a large red thing that sticks out of the road that if you turn one of the knobs the right way, that water will pour out of it.
Okay. So this is like happening in my head because I just heard Alex complaining about the fact that he's covered in blood. And I'm still like getting my jollies out of making blood splurt out of this cat's mouth. So I don't actually look up at him, but I just say, like everybody knows, there's a water main just 2 blocks that way.
After it's the reason that cats usually like that area is because during a heavy downpour, the mains will actually leak and create puddles all over the place. The rain hasn't been that hard, so that wouldn't have happened at this current time. But that there at least is a way to get water out of these.
Kevin,
Yeah,
you
so
were
I'm
gonna say
basically
something
just
before?
letting Alex know that there's water you can wash up just down the block.
Yeah, but we gotta finish this one first, right? Like, I mean, if you guys want to help me with this other one, then yeah, we can go. Like, I'll get this, clean up a little bit.
I was going to go look at the other one near Dog and see if it's salvageable. And
Its belly is ripped open. It's got a flare
Right.
sticking out of one eye.
Oh, I was
There's
gonna
this
say,
that's
fucking
right.
thing.
Go ahead and give me a brains roll. If you have survival or any knowledge when it comes to animals, you can go ahead and throw that in, and it's gonna be a DL3.
He's like, look, if you just use a chainsaw, like, we'll just cut its head off.
3.
3 total.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as far you look at that, you look down at this thing, and you're like, well, this is, and as far as you are considered, like Todd just said, like its head has been fried from the inside, its belly has been slashed open, the meat and everything is probably tainted. There's barely anything salvageable off this thing. So if you spend the time, you might be able to get some parts off of it. But for the most part, this thing is pretty much ruined.
So look back to
No,
Alex.
no, you're wrong, Mal. Look. Okay, so the flare is still burning in its eye, right? And it's cooking its head, which actually smells really good.
Really good. Yep.
And I'm gonna cut off part of its face, like not right where it's burnt, but right next to where it's burnt. Which
The belly.
actually, yeah, partly no, in the face because the flare
And the
went
fa-
into its eye.
Oh yeah,
right?
I can't remember. They call on pigs at least. They call the cheek something specific.
jowl?
I can't remember what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I carve off a piece of its jowl or something. It's like, medium well done. This is good. I hand Mal a piece of it. What do you mean this ain't worth nothing? This is food. This is good eating.
I'll take it from dog, and then I'll go back over.
Okay, so
to...
apparently I need to note this down because it's like the third time I've said that's good eating. Apparently that's
Right.
my catchphrase.
I'll walk over to Alex and put the piece of the meat that dog gave me into his case and close the lid and kind of tap him on the back. You've got my mask up, so I'll kind of smile at him and laugh when I do it, and turn back and look at dog again because dog looks like he's
Right.
enjoying himself.
Smells great, man. It smells really good.
All right. So considering that that you guys are actually taking the time to butcher at least one of these and check out the other one, we're gonna say that you burn a round of power. So however much drain your system has, go ahead and check off that much on your power reserves.
That's fair.
I know we were going to try to finish this tonight, which seems unlikely at this point.
Don't worry, we will.
So that's up to Kurt. It's 11 o'clock for you now?
Yeah, I got another half an hour in me, so we're good.
And I was planning for another half hour, so we're good.
There you go.
Okay. Yep.
I'll probably split as soon as the thing is over. I apologize, but
That's fine.
I'm here to the end.
All right. So you take a little time to butcher all that. You get everything done. Your everybody's reserve meter kind of dips a little bit with that, but you have some meat and some quills and some teeth all packed away in your sacks now. And I'm assuming you continue onto your run then towards the red X on your maps.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Is there any kind of measure of like how many days worth of meat we got or like that kind of thing?
Not as, I mean, if we were to, if that would kind of play into if you were attempting to resell it and all that kind of stuff, or if we were playing in kind of like a resources thing where you were running low on cash and you were doing like a multi-day run, at that point we might play into that. So, but for the moment, it's pretty much like if Alex is successful in haggling, then that might be worth one rep when you get back to Saison. So, which could be about a week or so worth the meat for one family, or a day's worth of dinner for 6 or 7 families.
I just thought since I'm here, I'll cut like maybe a pound of meat out of this thing.
Yeah, you can do that while Alex is really doing a shitty job of butchering the other one. You can cut some meat off the head of the other one for sure. Yeah. Yeah, but and as Mal kind of showed, like everything basically from the neck down is spoiled because you slashed the intestines and everything like that and basically spoiled all the body meat. But If you can get some of that cooked meat up in the head from the flare, sure.
Yeah, actually, I'm sort of like holding the flare in the spot and then moving it and like cooking it. With...
Yep. Sounds good. All right. So yeah, after you get all kind of that done, everything's packed up and you continue on your way. So we'll say you don't necessarily have to push. You don't have to do your speed increase for the rest of the way. You're more than halfway towards your destination. You only have probably about 80 or so blocks to go at this point. So you all get kind of a perimeter notification that you're coming up towards your target. So you see the hospital building off in the distance, kind of a little bit around the block. The neon sign that used to have the hospital logo is kind of like fallen off, halfway decrepit, laying down on the ground, still end piece still attached to the building, half of the building blown down, but there seems to be kind of a slight clearing almost, perhaps by accident, perhaps man-made. You don't necessarily know at the moment, but it does look like there's at least a slight clearing in what used to be a courtyard in the front of the hospital. And from what your maps are telling you, your destination is coming up right around the corner on the outskirt, on the opposite side of in the middle of this little clearing.
All right. Well, Alex is a risk taker, so he says, "All right, we're almost there. Let's finish this up." And, heads off in the direction of the floating red X.
I go right with him. We'll know it when we see it. I just keep repeating that. We'll know it when we see it. We'll know it when we see it.
All right. So anybody going up right now? We have Alex and Dog. Does anybody else want to kind of go up with them, or are we taking a little bit more of a situational awareness approach?
We don't know what we're supposed to be looking for, right? So
no, you know where you're supposed to be going, and Paulson told you you'll know it when you see it, but you don't know exactly what you're looking for.
Mal's going to follow up Dog and Alex. I guess he's thinking, well, if we're all together and there is some dispute about what we see and we'll know it, we can all vote and decide. If we all split up and look individually, we all may think it's something different. So he's going to follow up Alex and Dog.
Sounds good. How about Nitro?
I think Nitro is actually going to use his survival while they're kind of trying to figure out what's going on, just to make sure there's no danger lurking where we're going. Because he knows that those red sabers or whatever weren't a part of what's going on here, but he knows that there's because of Paulson's talking about what's going on and not really telling us what it is.
Yeah,
I feel like there's some imminent danger that's going to be around it. So
I like it. All right, so for Alex, Dog, and Mal, why don't you go ahead and give me a psyche roll with if you have awareness, go ahead and add that. It's going to be a DL3. And Nitro, you go ahead and give me a survival, probably going to be brains, with a DL3 as well.
Okay.
5 live, baby.
4.
So we have a no, a yes, and a yes.
I got a 4 on the roll, but 5 total.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Nitro got a 6.
Nice. How about Doug? You're muted, Todd.
Oh, same as John. It was a 4 + 1.
Oh, 5. Nice. All right. So we have 3 yes ands and a yes. So So we'll go Nitro. We'll go Nitro first. So you're kind of looking around, looking for, you're looking for trouble, almost looking for escape routes and all that kind of stuff. You, as you're kind of surveying the area and looking around, you see those similar spots that Dog had stopped to sniff. You see several small puddles all around the area that look still wet. And you see, so you know that there is fresh track of red saber in this area. Incredibly fresh. And
Not there.
yeah, that would be great. I won't be that overpowered. I'm gonna say
They don't come a lot fresher than the meat in our backpacks.
True. And I know exactly how many red sabers are around.
Sounds good. Yeah. So you see, you start to kind of count the puddles, and you see that there are probably at least 7, potentially 8 red sabers that have marked this territory. And they kind of all, when a red saber walks into a new territory, it kind of like just walks, stops, pisses, and moves. And you see almost like a line, like a grouping of these puddles.
So Nitro like puts out his hands kind of out to his sides to everybody, and he's like, and because well, trying to think, is the music still going, or are we like full attention?
No, he turned it off after we saw the first batch of red sabers.
Yeah, so like it's not exactly like a whisper, but it's almost like a talking whisper, and Nitro's like, more kitty cats. Almost, he's like about 7 or 8.
All right. And I'll say, so we'll go with your awareness rolls now. All the 3 of you, as Nitro is like kitty cat 7 or 8, and the 3 of you have kind of moved up a little bit more, and you begin to first feel and then hear kind of a thump, 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 as it gives a vibration through the ground. We got 2 ands there. I'm going to steal one of them. And Alex, I'm actually going to say for your and, you know exactly what this is. And in fact, the reason you know what it is because about a week or so ago, you saw Paulson working on one. It's called a thumper. It is a device that runners normally use to put in an area where they know there's going to be animals. And oftentimes they'll put them there to draw them to a specific area so they can get away from them. For some reason, a thumper has been put in the area where you need to go.
Guys, this is not cool, right? Like there's a fucking thumper in there, but like if we have to go in there, it's drawing all the cats in there. Like what the fuck?
And Dog, I believe you also had the yes and. So not only do you hear the sound of the thumper, and I think you're muted again.
Wow, this is a tough one. I hear the thumper. And I can see it. I've jumped up to the top of a building, and just at this moment, everybody stops, and maybe I hear Alex say, "What the hell is that?" He says something about there's a thumper in there, and I'm like, "You mean that thing?" I'm looking straight down at it. What does it look like?
Beautiful. Yeah. So it looks like a cylinder, like a metal cylinder that has a few feet that come out and kind of allow it stabilization. And in the center, there's a piston that basically comes up and down and up and down. That's just hitting the ground over and over again. And so you not only see this happening, strapped almost taped to the top of a thumper is a yellow rubber ducky. And
shit, you guys.
Dog,
I found it.
Yeah. You know this. You have been pining after this thing for a while. It's the one toy that that pulsing kind of allows you to let your feral instincts on. He tries to train you like a real boy, but every once in a while he indulges you. And this is like the toy that he plays fetch with you with. But you haven't seen it for almost a week now.
Okay, so I'm not saying that I found it then. Because I recognize it.
Yep.
Can I jump down onto the thumper? How big is it?
It's not huge. It's probably about maybe 10 inches in diameter, and a foot tall.
It's little.
But it's small. But it packs a big punch. But it's in the middle of this kind of overgrown.
I mean, I don't know if we're in frames or not, but as soon as I recognize the ducky, that's mine. I'm taking it. I'm not saying anything. I'm just going.
I will say, so you have it totally up to you. You've heard Nitro over comms say that there's 7, potentially 8 kitties in the area, and they're fresh. And I don't know if Dog necessarily knows what a thumper does, but
yeah, I mean, did he see cats down there by the thumper and the rubber ducky? I mean, he would have clear view of it.
Very true. You do have clear view. And right now, there are 2 cats in the clearing, but they're kind of off to the sides. So it's like this large walled off courtyard, and that leads to the entrance of the hospital. But they're kind of off on the opposite side at this moment. And the thumper's in the center, a little closer to you. So you're about 20-25 meters away from the thumper, and they're about 15 meters on the opposite side.
Is there any cover down there, or is it just like out on the open?
It's all overgrown grass and bushes and everything. So yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, because I've got stealth. Then I'm gonna quietly climb down and hide behind bushes and shit and get close to that thumper.
Nice. Yeah, in that case, go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
That's a 3 + 2, 5.
Let me bring up the cats. So you are able to quietly kind of go down the wall and using the cover of the grasses and the bushes and everything that have grown up around there. And luckily you're already a small kid and you're on all fours, so you stay nice and low, and you are so far able to stay out of sight and get exactly. Yeah,
like moving behind bushes and shit. Yeah, my dad taught me all this stuff.
Exactly. So you're able to get up to the thumper without drawing any attention. And actually, that would be a yes.
Cats are...
That would be a yes and. So you are able to get there without being noticed. And
grab that duck.
Beautiful. You grab it. You have the duck in your hands. At this point, what do you do with it?
I think that everybody else should probably get a turn, but now I'm quietly turning around and going out the way I came.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we have Dog has gone off the wall, literally, not figuratively. And at this moment, let's say mostly out of sight from Alex and Mal.
Yeah. Alex
so
goes,
he's
where
in.
The fuck did he go? What is he doing? You guys see him?
Of course, this is not the first time, so you're like, he chooses a great time to fucking disappear.
Right.
And then he draws the pistol again.
Right. Why don't you go ahead, Alex? Why don't you go ahead and give me an awareness? See if you can actually see what Dog is doing. It's gonna be difficult because he's a sneaky bastard.
Fuck, my die foo is no more. I got a 4.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's completely out of sight for now.
No, go ahead. I'm not.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah. I'm sure if he sees something, he'll let us know.
See something, say something.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep an eye out. We heard Nitro say there's some more cats outside, right? So maybe we should see if we can find out what we're supposed to be here for and get the hell out of here.
Right. All right. So how is Dog making his retreat? You have the prize in hand.
And the cats have not noticed me, and they're like halfway across the courtyard.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So at first I sort of creep back into the bush that I had crept out of with the thought that I'll stealth my way out of here. And then I thought, why stealth my way out of here? I'm just fucking running, turbo boosting up that wall and out.
I assume that's what was going to happen.
I'm going to roll just for fun. Yeah. I'm going to roll just for fun. But yeah, you basically just turn the burners on. And the first thing, Alex, it's several moments of quiet. And then all of a sudden, Alex and Mal just see Dog boost over the wall, like flares right behind him. He goes all forward
with a duck in his hand. And he's now, as soon as I clear the top of the wall, it's like a rebel yell, and I start yelling, "Run! We got it!"
And you start to hear just the shaking of the quills that echoes through the courtyard. And as soon as he yells that, you can see the heads of all these sabers turn. 2 of them run out of the two in the courtyard pounce up and start to run. There's 3 more from the busted outside of the hospital that launch out and start to run towards you. There's another couple from the other side of the wall running around on the outside that's all start to just run straight towards you.
Go, go. It's too many.
But none of these cats are as close to you guys as I am. So I hit the ground running.
Yep.
Duck raised in the air, and I'm just shouting, "Run, run, run!"
So real quick, what is everybody's speed? Like your base speed? I have it measured out in blocks per hour. I guess I could do the retro math on that to find it out, but I'm lazy.
So what are we looking for?
5.
My speed's a 5.
Yeah.
7.
I think we were all the same except for Dog.
Yeah, so what's that? A 5, 5, 5, and then Dog is a 6?
7.
Yeah.
7. Oh, nice. All right, yeah. So yeah, real quick, go ahead. All three of you give me grace rolls. It's going to be a 3, except for 3. But dog, I'm going to go ahead and give you a plus 2 because you're so much faster than everybody else.
So I know we talked about adding grace to the suit speed. Was that like an after thing? Because then it's actually
That's gonna that's
higher.
gonna be something. Yeah, that's something
different. Okay,
I
yep.
adjusted suits for the new version, so that's something totally different.
Uh-oh. What do we got to hit?
A DL3.
Okay, I got 4.
Oh, there you go.
Rolling grace, you said?
Yeah.
Grace, correct.
6.
Any ads?
Dog is going to get a +2 because your speed is that much better than everybody else's.
Okay, 7.
Beautiful. So we got a yes, and a yes, and. How about Nitro?
Then I got a 3.
A 3. That's a no but. All right. So this is basically in terms of how well you're able to get away from the sabers. So the sabers, all 7 of them, pounce out, begin to send chase after you. Dog is already kind of in the claim. He's hit the ground. He begins to just shove off. So we have Alex, which is he's able to kind of turn, holster his pistol, and he begins to catch ground and go. Dog is already in a sprint and running. By the time he hits ground, he's already got that momentum behind him.
Fucking
Mal,
roadrunner.
you're the same. Yep. Mal, you are already kind of prepared to go at any point anyway. Nitro, you were kind of a little bit past the pack already. So you were a little caught off guard when all of a sudden Dog comes over the wall and everybody else starts to run, and you kind of have to catch yourself. So we have a yes from Alex. You're able to run away. Dog, yes, and Mal, yes, and go ahead and give me those ands when you can.
So did we run by? We saw Dog go, and then when Alex and I came out, did we go by Nitro, or was he
Probably, yeah.
Did
Yep.
we scoot by him?
Yep.
So could be my and be, or is it? Let me know if this is too meta, because obviously I know what Nitro's
see.
role.
Give me what you got.
So while we come up, Dog bolts away.
Mm-hmm.
Nitro kind of looks from the cats to Dog running away, and then
Yep.
me and Alex come by, and I see Nitro being distracted, and I kind of just drag them and start going, move, move, move. He's got the duck, and just start dragging him.
You know, I'll allow you know, in a meta sense, basically, I'll allow you kind of are able to use your force and turn him and get him kind of moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yes. How about Dog?
I run 2 blocks full speed, and then
Mm-hmm.
I don't sense that they're with me. So my and is that I stop, spin around, pull out this big chunk of bloody meat, and just like waving it at the cats. I start taunting them.
Nice. All right. Yeah. So they all their attention kind of turns away from the rest of the group a little bit towards the smell
Hey, kitty!
of meat. Yeah, right.
Hey, kitty!
And we'll say that with all that, you are able to kind of, you know, Dog, once the rest of the pack kind of turn, once the cats kind of turn away from the other 3, and put a little bit of distance. You can just kind of like chuck the meat and are able to zoom off again, kind of getting the goal of putting a little bit of distance between your friends and the rest of the cats. And Mal is able to help Nitro enough that he kind of gets him moving in the right direction fast enough. And soon enough, all four of you are able to just gain full speed and rush back down the street towards Saison, with enough safe distance behind you that that the cats pose no threat to you anymore. You're way faster than them, especially in your suits, that you don't really have to worry about them anymore. So as night, the sun is kind of falling in front of you. As you head back west, the sun's kind of starting to set a little bit, and you start to see the flicker of lights turn on from all the generators as Saison sits in the distance, and you begin to see the sparse grass begin to grow again as you come into the safety of the Null Zone and back out of the burnt.
This whole time, so I had to do something with the duck because I had to open my rucksack to get the meat.
Mm-hmm.
So I put it in my mouth, and I haven't taken it out of my mouth. The duck has been in my mouth the whole time.
Is it squeaking? Every time you run, is it squeaking?
I've got a good grip on it.
It's over the comms every time your front hand
Squeak.
squeak, squeak, squeak.
And I'm going to march right into the compound, walk right up to Paulson, and drop it at his feet. Am I a good dog?
You know what? Yeah. At first, he kind of like he kind of pats you on the back of the head, and then he'll kind of pick you up and actually give you like a one-armed hug.
Okay, well, you actually hear me squeal with glee, and you've never heard that before.
And then the three of us walk in, and he goes, "Seriously, a fucking rubber duck? You know, there was 8, 9, 10 of those fucking red sabers in there."
Well, if y'all fucking took a little bit less time, then they would have had less time to actually gather.
What do you? God, he's like shakes his head.
And Mal will go over to where Alex is standing and pop open his. I don't know what you said. Your what extra space you had? Did you just have like a backpack on or something? Was it part of the suit or?
No, I stuck everything in the rucksack.
Okay, in the rucksack. So I just,
I'm gonna have to wash now.
Yeah. So I open up the rucksack and take out a piece of the meat that Dog gave us, and I'll turn back and look at Paulson and hold it up and say, "We got time to make some stew."
Never made one with saber meat, but yeah, we can definitely try that.
Recipes are always good for experimenting. You can find something new to put in.
I got some base waiting on the oven. Go ahead and throw it in. We'll make you a nice dinner. Get you all warmed up.
That's good eating.
And we'll see the camera kind of comes through and irises down as the five with Paulson kind of start to walk into the garage. He's got Dog under one arm, and he kind of pats Alex on the back and gives everybody else a nice thumbs up and a head nod coming on in.
Nice.
And as we iris out, I walk over to Mal. Hey, what's coming out of this guy?
I'll pat him on the shoulder and say, "That's it. We'll talk about it after dinner."
Just ask Paulson. Just ask Paulson.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. That was a nice twist.
Sweet.
All right,
Hey, does
well,
anybody care about experience?
I was keeping track. I don't know if I got everything though.
I have everything over the 2 sessions. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Cool.
I don't think I gave you XP for the last session.
No, think
So let's see. Between both sessions, Alex got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh.
Mal got 2. And then Dog had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Nitro had 2.
I gotta steal John's dice.
I mean, I guess I rolled more.
See, look at that. I told you. All right, 34 minutes. We almost made it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, so let's wrap this, and then we'll post show all the other stuff then.
Yeah.
So thanks everybody for checking it out. It was fun to get in here and try out a new core system. We have coffee for sale. There's a link in the show notes. Shipping is always free. If you use the code LEGENDS10, you get 10% off your order. We have the Legendary Brew. It's a nice, easy drinking medium roast. Birds of a Feather is a small batch craft coffee roaster. So everything is roasted fresh. It's all roasted to order. Comes out to you as fresh as can be. So if you like that, please check that out. You could also go to tinyurl.com/legendary brew. We have a Patreon up if you feel like throwing a couple of bucks our way. Todd also has a Patreon up. If you're into core stuff, throw money over at Todd over on Patreon. There should be links to all the core things. We're on Reddit. We're on Discord. There's Twitter, Facebook. It's on all the things. So check all those out as well. There's now 6 published worlds, Todd. Is that what it is?
Maybe 7 now. Now that Impact is out.
Nice.
I think it's 7.
So there's a ton of core stuff. I am theoretically working on other things. Kurt and I are working on Noir, so there's other core stuff in the works. Ratings and reviews on iTunes or whatever your podcatcher of choice. Super helpful. We appreciate that as well. So again, thanks for checking us out, and we'll catch you next time.
Peace.
Bojo! Trying to leave enough of a gap so I could just visually
Bojo!
see it. Got it.
Oh, Kurt is still there. Okay.
So yeah, that was definitely a fun twist. It's not what I had expected.
What's
I mean,
that?
Obviously,
For the end?
the rubber
Rubber ducky? the very one of the that was actually one of the very first things I thought of. Was having having a dog's chew toy wasn't a thing that I had thought, but I figured since you were the first one to spot it, it was a nice little thing to potentially throw in there. But yeah, as kind of like a giant like haha joke from Paulson, I had the very first thing was to make the thing you were going after like just some shitty throwaway thing.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That was cool.
I mean, obviously, we have no problems with like role playing stuff. I did feel like when we left, it got a little clunky. As
What do you
far
mean?
as trying to figure out like, you want us to make a roll and figure if we were still like on track. Like I feel like
I agree.
I would say in general the Nexus points as well. There are moments in play when we are pulled into a tactical decision making mechanic, which removes you from your character. And especially the first time, the Nexus point, I kind of got it, but I got a note for that too. But especially the first time, just as we were leaving the town.
Yeah.
Kind of
and it's a
unclear
playtest
why
too,
we
right?
were
So you
doing it.
expect that. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, until we figure out what the mechanics are, it's going to be clunkier than it would be.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think the whole point of that initial roll, and perhaps it could be just the wrong place to make it as well. But it's like the very end of it's trying to kind of come up with like a quick planning phase, like roll it all into one roll of like, are you able to plot out your path from point A to point A to point B efficiently? Is basically what that roll comes down to.
Okay, so narrative mechanics. Okay, core mechanics. That means you've shoved in the possibility of a yes and no and yes but no but.
Exactly. Yep.
And you afford that right here, because if your mechanic doesn't give you something easy to do for any of those 5 responses, then it's probably the wrong mechanic for right there.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like, so when we got the cube, we have the path, right? So like, it's not a matter of plotting the path. Like in this specific instance, and maybe in a different game, it doesn't work that way. They're like, hey, you got to get to the hospital that's outside the burnt. It's northwest, and then you've got to plot your own path. Then maybe it fits a little bit
that
better.
was,
and I likened it to the second day trippers at the beginning of a mission. You plot your course, right? But if you fuck up, you know right now, you're in the wrong reality. So the consequences are immediate and big.
True, yeah. With this, it would be the effects would be more delayed. It would almost be like a negative intel roll. Like it would be something that the GM could then use to affect the situation later on.
Right.
So
and do you need that mechanically? Because the GM can always affect the situation later on.
Well, very true. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things where, so like, for instance, you got the data cube that gives you the general map. And it tells you are here and you need to be here. But it didn't give you a way to get from here to there. So
but
that's
we
what
also
that
don't know what's between here and there. So the short course, the safest course, the smartest course, the fastest course, we don't even know.
Yeah.
We have no way of determining whether this is a good course until we're out there facing it. And by the time we're facing it, we have drama in our face. So we don't need more drama.
True. So yeah, I mean, that's a big thing. Is there a way to make that a better role, or B, is it a role that's necessary at all?
So again, when I asked the question, did we sort of miss this in RP? I kind of feel like, and again, depending on what the setup is. In this particular instance, we were given a mission by our guy. We had the cube to do the thing. I kind of feel like, if this was a longer term game and we had all the time in the world to play it, that after we got in the cube and maybe done some vignettes, all right, we're getting ready to get out. Let's figure out how we're going to get there. And maybe it's a roll before you even leave, because
that's why as soon as we were,
But before you even leave, right? You're going to get part way out and then be like, oh fuck, do we know where we're going? You're going to try to figure that out beforehand, and then a no.
So maybe that's actually the choice that you make when you're about to leave. The GM says, "Do you want to take the time and plot a course?" Which, and honestly, I don't know how well we would know whether that was good or not. But let's say, do you want to take time and plot a course? Then you'll either get a bonus later, or you won't get a negative later. Or do you just want to wing it? And if you wing it, then you can maybe move faster or something, but you may pick up that negative because less awareness or something.
Well, it could be that you're on the wrong path. So like if you budget it out and you're like, all right, I have 3 reserve power, and you fail your roll, and instead of going northwest, you go northeast, now it's going to cost you more power and you might not make it back. That's the consequence of a no end. You know what I mean?
True. But there's getting lost, right? But there's also the fact that maybe you have to take a detour because of danger that you didn't know was there when you plotted the course. So there's no way to really tell ahead of time whether the course was a smart one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, anything could come up.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, one of the things, and that's why it is kind of a more difficult role. And maybe there could be something, that's where, because intel is a resource, right? And the whole point of giving the players a resource is to have them spend it, almost force them to. And so, you could also potentially, it would be a thing beforehand of, you're plotting the course from point A to point B, and maybe all right, well, Alex has to spend his intel to know, to plot around the Red Saber territory, and Nitro could use his intel to know where the radiation spikes were, and so you can go through there. So it, lowers that difficulty in the fact that it's then easier for you to plot because you know where to go at that point.
And I think having a mission launch mechanic, okay, you guys are heading out before your run, I think that is a good thing to have, because the budgeting of your reserves and things like that are important. So I think having that in some form is good. Okay, when you set out, are you going to go on the right path? Are you off a bit? That kind of thing. I like having that. It's just how to get that at the beginning, right before you set out. I think it is good to have that, because then that kind of sets the mood for, when you set out. And I don't know if you keep that a hidden thing where okay, what's your role? And then, you let them know later that they're off course or whatever.
Well, the way that I I think that at that point, you can't necessarily hide it, but it would definitely be like a little thing in the back pocket
for the GM. The GM, the whole.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the way that I picture it narratively is that it is like the group getting together, and, you've gone out, you've collected some intel, you come back, and at that point you're plotting the course, and you're saying, okay, well, we know we need to go here, and we know this is here, we know this is here. It's kind of that initial camera pan around of the map laid out, and them pointing at it and giving marks and filling in blanks and all that kind of stuff.
I think you should consider that if this game is run multiple times, multiple missions, multiple groups, multiple setups, there will be times when you know exactly where you're going. There will be times when you have no idea where you're going. There will be times when there's really no intel to be had, maybe enemy territory or something. Or times like today where it's kind of a semi-known area on the outskirts of a known area. So, good chance there's some intel. In other words, you need to build a system that could range from... We know we have a map of the entire compound. Knowing where to go is not the hard part.
Right, yeah.
To a scenario where we're heading into totally unknown territory and we don't even have a map.
Right,
and
yeah.
You'd want to be able to cover both of those situations, and I don't know if the current mission prep intel thing does it. Now, there's a question about intel that has to be brought in here. I like where you were going a minute ago. If you're going to do this plot a course thing, then maybe what it really is an opportunity for people to burn a point of intel to increase their likelihood of something later.
Yeah.
Or hang on to that intel because you're going to use it out in the field. So that's built in. That's good.
Yeah.
So maybe it's that. But it's hard because it pulls you out of character at that moment, and it depending on the situation, again, there could be full knowledge or zero knowledge or anywhere in between. So depending on the situation, it may pull you out of character for no reason that you can actually get your finger on, because the GM's withholding it. If you know that you rolled bad, but even if you didn't make that roll, then an hour later you encounter a difficulty, how do you know whether the GM had already planned that difficulty or whether it was the result of a failed earlier roll? You don't. You never would. So it's kind of like the mechanic doesn't add anything that you were sure of. And if we make you sure of it, then you're like, I know I rolled bad, so I'm waiting for something bad.
True.
I mean, I don't necessarily see that as a negative thing. I mean, being pulled out of character for a hot minute isn't, to me, isn't the end of the world for the system.
Well, I think the one difficulty,
if the moment
and
you're being
noticed,
pulled out for pays back in greater narrative flexibility than you had then I agree with you. But
Right, yeah.
see, depending on the circumstance, it may pay back nothing, and you were pulled out of character for a reason you don't understand, and that you couldn't even prove later was part of the plan or not.
No.
So here's an alternate way of looking at it. Positive only. You make a roll. Did you gain any intel? Did you roll high enough to gain any? We don't talk about losing. We don't talk about negatives. We don't talk about bad rolls. You either gained some intel. Here, have a free intel. Use it whenever you want. Or you didn't. Good luck. Go on your mission. So, I mean, it could be a chance to spend some intel, or it could be a chance to get some intel.
Would in that case, yeah, and that actually doesn't, that plays well. So in that instance, you could, yeah. So if you still have the similar DL, so you still have a, it's a pretty difficult thing, but if you could, use your intel to even it out, and so that you kind of have everything, you have your plan, you go all that. But if you succeed at that point, if you kind of make anything over, then it increases the likelihood of positive effects once you actually get into the run, because now, like you said, you have gained information going forward.
Yes, and here's another thing. Here's another model. Maybe the run as a whole has a difficulty level, 1 to 10, okay? And we call it a difficulty level, but it's never actually used directly. Instead, it influences the GM's decisions along the way. And if you succeed in, maybe you can burn a point of intel to affect it, or you can do one of these preparatory, plan your route thing. Maybe that can affect it. But anyways, like when you're in between nexus points, or when something random comes up and the GM needs a general difficulty, well, he's already given, kind of like a TCV, right? He's already given this mission a general DL of 6.
Yeah.
So whenever you don't have an idea, or you just want to see if something happens, you're rolling against the 6 this time. Maybe the next mission will be a 7 or a 5, right?
Yeah.
And our intel could affect that. Or our prep could affect that.
Yeah.
So thanks to the fact that you chose to do the prep, maybe you choose whether you want to do it or not. Right? If you don't do it, you're facing DL6 anytime the DL needs it. Anytime the GM, wants to roll something. This is a mission DL6 in the spots in between nexus points or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you do choose to do the prep, then maybe he knocks it down to 5. Or it gives you 2 intels that you can use later.
And that actually
never
helps.
negative. There's never like, oh, I rolled so bad, now I'm waiting for the next. No, it's never a negative. It's just that you didn't get a positive. You didn't get a bonus.
And that actually helps. It determines it separates, it makes a difference between a short run that you guys just made, where it's only a couple hours, versus a run that could take a few days. And so obviously a run that you guys just make is going to be a lot easier than a run that takes place over, 2 or 3 days, is going to be a lot harder to do. So it's going to, in theory, take a lot more prep in order to come out with a similar result.
Yeah, but again, if you're heading into unknown territory, then more prep doesn't help.
Sure, yeah. But at the same time, it might be unknown to you, but where intel gathering comes in is, there might have been another runner that's been to that location that might have some information that you don't, that could make it easier doing that run. So in that case, intel would make the run easier. Right.
And now here's where we get to the issue that we had between game 1 and game 2 and the use of intel. Because I wrote it up after game 1, and I feel you moving in that direction, but it had already been declared, and so you can't really undeclare it. But like, the idea is that intel is kind of a non-diegetic resource until you use it, and then you define it. just like your skills, really, because you could use a skill for something that's not actually intended for, and the GM will still let you do it. So Intel in Core Complete is going to work that way. It's like a drama token, kind of, right?
Yeah.
It's a thing when you have an idea for later and you want to give yourself an advantage. You can go, I'm going to use my Intel. I happen to know exactly where the cat's lair is, or whatever. You just make it up.
So
but it doesn't. But it's not real, right? It's not real until that moment. Until then, you have to play it kind of like a scene in a movie where somebody whispers to somebody and they nod knowingly, or somebody hands somebody an envelope, but we don't know what's inside yet. Right? It's abstract until you declare it later.
I'm looking at, so the way I'm picturing Intel is the way you're describing it, I feel if we're to compare it to core mechanics, that's more of like a stat, right? Where it has a very, there's still a kind of specified ray, but there's a very kind of broad aspect to what like grace or might or health is or anything like that. The way I'm looking at it is more narrowed in terms, like you said, like a skill. So, for instance, Alex had intel on red sabers, right? So it's not a generalized, now you have a piece of intel and we'll figure out what that is later.
Oh, yeah.
But like you have a piece of intel that has to do with red sabers.
Did I
so
show
you
the
can use
intel?
that. Yeah.
In the Discord, did I post them? I think I did.
Every
piece of intel does have a focus. So
Exactly. Yeah. So exactly.
So it's about red
it is
sabers,
more of a,
but you don't know whether it's about, like, maybe it's how to kill them or maybe it's how to cook them. You decide that later.
Yeah. So I mean, Alex had intel on red sabers affecting that area that you were going to be in, but you could use that information at any point to affect whatever you were doing, so long as it has to do with red sabers, right? You're not going to be able to use like your engineering skill if you're trying to persuade. I mean, in theory, perhaps you could, depending on how out of the box you're thinking, but like you're not going to be able to use your electronic skill to persuade a guard to let you buy. Like, so you have to have a confinement of how you use it, but you're still going to allow some sway in when it happens and how it happens.
Yes. But then if you look at the piece of intel that Dog had, it seems like it's already been collapsed. We already know I think I know that 30 blocks past Bracton is that great suburb.
Right, yeah.
So that's not really flexible for me anymore. It's been declared, right? What I'm saying, and what I think you're saying now in the new version of the way Intel works, I think for both of us, is that rather than knowing that fact, what I should have been given is something like, oh, I know something about that suburb.
Right,
Not necessarily the specific answer to the question of how far is it from Braxton, but that's too specific, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that was more so a flaw on my part of allowing that specific a piece of intel. Whereas, I should have probably, okay, that's great. Let's work on that and make it something a little more flexible and useful.
But I think like Kevin's intel of, seeing the papers and saying that they need, the refrigeration equipment or whatever, whatever the fuck it was, is used specific and useful, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, opposite to the other things where you're saying it's too specific. His was very specific and also very useful if we find it. Like we could be on the lookout for that. It doesn't have to be in a certain spot, but if we do come across it, and then that's kind of up to the GM then, right?
Okay, but here's what I would say.
Here's
what I would say. I'm putting quotes around the word intel, or I'm starting it with a capital. Okay, so when I say intel with a capital I, I'm talking about the mechanic.
Oh yeah.
But if I know a fact about the world, that's not intel anymore. That's actually just a fact about the world. It has stopped being intel. Now it's a fact about the world that I know. Like the fact that we knew the run was 250 miles.
I think that's a matter of semantics, though. I mean, he didn't know that before he went.
It's a
into
matter
the
of
office,
semantics,
so,
which is important because game mechanics are all about semantics.
but
So
it's
if we
information that he
use,
found out when he went in.
yes,
It's not
if you
something that he
call
knew
it,
before.
True.
what I'm saying is, when a piece of intel with a capital I is used in a core game, that's referring to a mechanic in which something is abstract until it's specified. It can be specified at the moment it's given to you. That means it was intel for a second, and now it's information. And
I
you
understand.
spent
So
it.
yeah. So we're looking at there's a difference between intel small I, which is just general information that you gather that you can use. If
Yeah,
we're looking
for which it would be better to use the word information.
Yeah. Whereas if we're looking at the mechanic as it goes into runner, right? Intel is something that a mechanic that you use that either A makes a run easier for you, or B gives you a leg up when there is a complication during the run. So whatever that intel is, whatever that information is, it's on the player and the GM to make sure that that will be useful in the moment. So
yeah, it can be defined ahead of time, or it can be defined the moment you can hold it until the moment you see the thing or decide to use it, or
Right.
you can spend it right away. The GM gives it to you, and you go, you know what? I want to spend that right away. Tell me more.
Yeah. So at that point, so I know, John, there was one discussion that we had gotten into when we were going over some of the rewrites a little while ago of, is Intel better used as a more structural thing, or is like a floating token type thing, which I know we had talked about in the last post show. If we're talking about it like this, where Intel basically as a mechanic is just something that you use, I feel as though it might be best suited as a note in the game, like a note in the rules of you can use it either this way or this way. And it's really up to your table.
I can see that.
Right?
I would like that,
Yeah.
because just being some vague, like you something, to me is not satisfying.
Right, yeah.
Player.
So I know, like you would, and it can even be up to a player-on-player basis, honestly. So like if John prefers to have a specific piece of intel that he can use, then that's perfect. And if the table agrees to that, and that's how everyone wants to play it, that's perfectly fine. Or you can play it as more of like a Blades in the Darky type situation where, and like you were talking, Todd, like whisper, whisper, whisper. Now you have an uppercase piece of intel that you can use at some point.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, in any game, even if we had never used the word intel, preparatory to a mission, I go and I talk to an NPC, and the GM says, "Yeah, you try a roll," and I try a roll, and I roll well, and the GM makes up something and goes, "Okay, you happen to know the weak spot on the dragon." So what's the difference between that and what you're now calling intel? It's not.
Right.
It's just the GM let you roll something and added something to the fiction.
Yeah.
So that's not even intruding on the territory that we were talking about when we talk about the intel mechanic. That's just the GM giving you information. Because
I agree. Yeah.
That you roll and you rolled well.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's no different than hitting an enemy or succeeding in a search.
Yeah. So intel has to be something that has another direct mechanical advantage for a specific moment. It has to be something that you can take, put in your pocket, and then give back. It has to be an exchangeable mechanic. Or else it's just making rolls and gaining knowledge about the world. Which also is very useful.
Which you do all the time.
Yeah, exactly, which is useful, but that doesn't necessarily require a mechanic.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
Because if
what
you're
I want,
clever
I
enough to
want,
say, hey, you
yeah.
know what? Before we leave, I'll bet there's a butcher in town. I'm going to go talk to him. And the GM goes,
so-
huh, you know what? That's a good idea.
Yeah. So basically, I have to work. What I want to do is because I want Intel to be to be an exhaustible resource. So what it needs, so I need to word it in a way where you gain it, it's useful but specific, and then you can either use it, say, for a run prep, or when you come to a nexus point, and it's still useful and it makes things easier for you.
Yeah, and you can summarize it pretty easily in one sentence. I give a couple examples. I'll go ahead and read the examples. This is just top of the head, right? 3 examples of intel. I begin the page with 3 quotes.
Mhm.
My dad once told me a story about the northern marshes. Second one, locals have given me an idea what to look out for in there. The third one, a jilted lover has provided useful information on her ex's daily routine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the first one is about a place. The second is about a creature. The third one is about some person and that you want to fuck over.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't. We haven't specified it. It's one sentence. You know what it's about. You know that it's useful.
Mm-hmm.
But you know the scene goes wavy at that moment because you don't need to know yet exactly what the detail is. It'll be a +1 later, or a +2, or a +3.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't have a value later, then my question to you would be, well, then what makes that different from any other piece of fiction that comes out of the GM's mouth?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we're on the right. I think we're kind of in the right place for that. So I think just the pre-plan has to be moved to an actual pre-plan. You know, even if it's just a brief narration where people can throw their knowledge at it, instead of where I put it, which is like right when you're leaving the null zone, which, as you know, as soon as I started it, I'm like, fuck, this isn't in the right place. Like narratively, story-wise, this is not in the right place.
These moments in the mechanic make it hard for me to tell. And I'm imagining if I was new to core, it would make it even harder for me to tell. Whether this is a game where I'm helping you build the environment, or whether this is a game where you're the environment and I'm exploring it.
Yeah.
These moments that pull me out make it uncertain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with the planning, I think we're all in agreement that was just a bad place to have it. For the Nexus points, my one issue is it's normally supposed to be a lot smoother than that, but it required, because we're doing a test play, and I felt the need to explain what was going on. And I know that, you know, immediately as soon as you stop play and you begin to explain the mechanics, everything comes out. In theory, the smoothness of it should be either, you know, from the GM perspective, I literally nothing stops. And like I explain, like, okay, you're out on the run, things are going on. I go, boom, roll. I just rolled a 7. So you're looking around and you know, you're kind of trying to keep your eye out to see if there's any down buildings or if there's any roads that have collapsed or anything like that. And, you know, at that point we go into trying to find an answer for it. So I say, you know, so it should, the going into the question and coming into the resolution should be a lot smoother, but because we had to pause and explain mechanic and do all that kind of stuff is why it kind of pulled out so much.
Yeah, but that's
So I have a note and I have a question, but I want to hit the question first. So if I have this question, we hit a point that's not fictized. That's my note. We hit this point, and now somebody has a question, and the question may have an answer. But why in the fiction? Is this the place, and this the question, and now? And I don't see an answer. The only answer I see is non-diegetic. It's because the GM wanted to change the direction of the story right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a complication or a potential complication.
A potential complication, yeah. Or a potential bonus.
Right. But that makes it kind of like a wandering encounter, in which case I think as a player, I'd enjoy it more if it just came straight from the GM. Because if you're telling me to ask a question, it's kind of like saying, make a perception roll when nobody was even thinking that. You've just given it away that there's something to be perceived.
Yeah.
Probably best that that's handled on the GM side, and or go back to my note. If you're going to use nexus points that the players are aware of, better that the characters are aware of, you need to fictize them. And I don't think it's hard, because if you're traveling overland, you camp every night. If you're running 250 miles, nobody runs 250 miles without stopping. You stop once in a while. And where do you stop? You stop at what seems like a safe, quiet place. And you call that a nexus point. But I'm still not sure why I'm asking this question suddenly at this nexus point, right?
Right,
Well,
that's
I mean,
something that Jesse and I talked about before, because he didn't want to do random encounter. As much as Jesse loves tables, didn't want to do more random encounter tables, was trying a new thing to sort of supplant the random.
And maybe we're playing what was it? Maybe we're playing Microscope or something, and I'm supposed to add to the world now, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the whole it's to add it's to add some narration and some fiction into break things up, other than, up until that point you have kind of the if we're looking at it from like a movie or a TV show or anything like that, you have the planning phase where you look over the map, everybody suits up, you leave the null zone, and then you get some like clip shots of them kind of running through the city, setting all that up. And then, there's always that one moment where everything kind of slows down, and you get a brief conversation with the characters, and then they look around, and that's when something happens.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what this is. It's that moment that moment in the movie, that first point when they've left and
at every
now in the
nexus
danger
point,
something
and it's always
happens.
preceded by asking me a question. Then it's really disturbing the narrative flow. It's removing surprise, and it's maybe asking me to do the GM's job a little bit. And if this is the kind of game where we do that a lot, then cool. But it's hard to tell whether this is the kind of game where I'm supposed to be doing that.
Yeah. Well, so that's the thing is, the way I did it with asking, having Kevin ask the question is almost like the alternate version of it. Perhaps. Let me ask
you this.
Yeah.
What if we were at a nexus point and it's my turn to ask the question?
Yeah.
And the question I ask is, do I know the way to the nearest temple of the goddess?
Yeah.
What do you do with that? Have I just created a whole cult?
Quite possibly.
In your world? Is that okay?
Quite possibly. Yeah.
Do you want players to do that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, one of the questions that I have because there is a random table, because again, like John says, I like tables, and I like to prompt just in case, if somebody's having trouble coming up with a question, or if the GM wants to do it quickly, just roll on the table. But one of the things is there, Is there a safe area? Is the area safe, or is there are there friends nearby? You know, that would imply, okay, well, if I roll, are there friends nearby, and the answer happens to be yes, then yeah, that probably means that there's a scrub that you can relax at. So yeah, like this is
if the question is randomized, then it absolutely must be hidden from us. That's just lifting the kimono for no reason.
Yeah, that's as the GM tool. If you want to just make it a nice quick thing, then you can just roll on the table. You have your question, and then at that point, the GM will roll on the table to have an outcome. And this is one of the points where you can use intel. So if I roll like, all right, let's do this. So we come to a nexus point. I say yada 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 narrative stuff. You're looking around, and the supplies that you're carrying from your town to the next seem like they're all in good standing. And not only that, but you happen to see that there's some extra salvage off to the side that you've run across, that if you spend the time on, you think that you could get some rep for. So it's like little stuff like that. So in theory, it could go that quick. And if you want to make
was there a question?
What was that?
Was there a question?
So there was. So when
he did it all on the GM,
I did it all on the side.
Mm-hmm.
So if the GM wants to take care of it, I literally rolled. I rolled, are the supplies okay? Then I rolled again for an answer. I got a yes and.
See, again,
and there we go.
This is like the legs in red markets, where if a job has 3 legs, there's a potential for I don't remember specifically because I haven't read it yet, but like there's a potential for X number of complications. So Jesse's nexus point is functional in a similar way, but right, you're never just going to go from point A to point B and not have a problem. But Jesse's trying to eliminate, well, it's a random, you just get this thing, with having a specific, here's a list of 10 questions or 12 questions or whatever it is, without having like a random
right.
table.
But there's no diegetic reason for me, my character, your character, whoever. There's no diegetic reason for the protagonist at this moment to have this question.
I agree with you in this one.
I agree with that. So at that point, so that's the thing, is that the question is more so one that the player is asking and not that the character is asking. And if we don't want to do that, if we want to kind of keep the narrative smooth, if we want to keep the storytelling smooth and not break that, what's the word I'm looking for?
Immersion.
Here's the thing.
If we don't want to break the immersion, then we make it all on the GM side.
You just described a setting.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the very next thing that happens? I ask you questions. That's the fucking game. That's how it works. The GM tells you stuff, and you go, wait a minute. Did you say bushes? What kind of bushes? Right? That's the game. That's normal. There's nothing unusual about that.
And at that point, so one of the things, so how, at that point, how do we make it inclusive enough, immersive enough, so that it never breaks narration and we never break stride in the game, but we make it a flashpoint? We kind of like have a little light go off for the players that.
Well, I think there are stop points along the way. Like I said, nobody runs 250 miles without stopping.
Well, no, but I don't want to make. I also don't necessarily want to make like the rest. I don't want to make the nexus points and all this like okay, we're taking a break. Let's see what happens. Like I want to make it more smooth, especially for shorter runs like this, where they're not going to be taking a break necessarily.
Okay, well, I can think of at least one, probably more than one, if you give me a few seconds. Reasons why you might stop at a nexus point. It's not only because it's a safe place to camp. You might also stop forward motion if you think it's tremendously dangerous. Treacherous ground, unexpected enemy markings,
right?
Radiation, paranoia.
Yeah.
There's lots.
Well,
of
that's
reasons
why I
you might
want to make.
stop.
Yeah, that's why with the Nexus points, I want to make it so that it's either
But all of
something
these are something
bad
that you
divert.
you see or you feel.
Right.
That means the
Yeah.
GM has told you.
Right.
The GM has told you.
Yeah.
And then
So
that's why
I want to
you
make
ask questions.
Right. I want to make the Nexus point a moment where either something bad happens that either forces you to stop and rethink or stop and recalculate. You know, either you come across enemies and you have to fight, or you have to run, or there's an obstacle in your way that makes you divert around it, or it's something good where, oh shit, there's a shortcut there, we can go that way instead, or hey, there's some salvage right there, we can get some extra rep. So I want it to be something that makes something happen that changes the path.
Okay, let me link this back to the earlier conversation. There's a moment you want where you're just about to go out and you're trying to pull together your information, see if it gets you advantage. Maybe only for the next leg to the next Nexus point. And then every time you're at a Nexus point, you can do that again. Similar mechanic. You try to see. You have a choice. You have a choice every time. Do you want to do some planning and prepping and plotting and recon or recon rather? Recon. Or do you want to just push on? And anytime you stop, whether it's because you're scared, the GM has rolled something, or whatever, it's another chance to reenact that mechanic. And you ask, do you want to do it or not? Do you just want to press on after you break for, catch your breath? Or do you want to spend a little time and see if you can suss out an advantage for the next leg of this journey?
My problem with that.
I gotta get this out because
go, John. Go.
The Nexus Point's not a physical place in the world. It's a meta conception. So they're not stopping
I absolutely
somewhere
think but if we're aware of a shift that happens, we need to be made aware.
Right, but what I'm saying, it's not like we're speaking of it as if it's a thing, and it's not a thing, right?
Because it's a thing. We have questions.
In the game.
At this moment, we have questions. So something must have happened that prompted the question.
Right, but all I'm saying is a Nexus Point is not a place within the game where they're stopping to do something. It's a meta concept of at some point during the journey.
I understand that, and I think that a Nexus Point may be a place where the GM rolls, and he may roll nothing, and he may roll you catch your breath and move on, or he may roll something, and then he'll tell us something, and then we'll ask some questions, and he'll say,
"Well, that's
do you want to do a little recon? Maybe get some intel, or you just want to push on?" And we'll decide.
Well, there are moments in the rolls where it can just be a straight yes, right? So I can roll or even a no. Like I can roll, are there any dangers? And I roll a no, and it's like, all right, there's no dangers. Like everything just proceeds as normal. Or is the package secure? Yes. All right. Everything goes as normal. So there are moments in the Nexus Points where everything can continue on the path. Go, John.
So we talked about this before, and I agree with Todd in some regard in that I know you want to do Nexus Points, and my comment when we talked about it was, well, you could just decide, right? Like, again, like in a red market sense, if you're going to go 250 blocks, and you want to break that up into X number of legs, if you want to do that, to steal the terminology. To me, instead of, if you're like, oh, there's at least 2 Nexus Points, okay, well, that's 2 potential points of potential complication. You just decide that before. Like the GM just is like, okay, either 2 bad things are going to happen, or a good thing and a bad thing, or 2 good things, or whatever. You just decide beforehand, you roll at an appropriate spot. You're like, bad thing happens now, right? You just drop it on the player, kind of like a random table, but it's not a random table.
And that's also my problem too, because we want the GM to be, the GM is the guide. It's a collaborative experience, but the GM is the guide, and the GM is the one that primes the pump, starts the scene, keeps things energized, inflates it again when it deflates, all that shit. That's the GM's job. So when something new happens, or the GM wants us to do something new, we need the GM to be the one who starts it. And you usually start it just by describing what's going on, because we'll have questions. You don't have to worry about that, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you describe the place, the thing. Now, some of these, you might just be describing a landscape because you should fictize the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, running from point to point really feels like nothing. So you should
Right.
have some adjectives or some sentences, some box text for different types of terrain, maybe some tables you roll on. I don't know, you like tables. So that you can describe what's flying by us in between. That should be fictized. And the nexus points, I'll amend my earlier statement. I think the nexus points should be thought of kind of like chapter breaks. In other words, they're not diegetic, but they probably or may easily involve something that is diegetic, that all the players become aware of because the GM says so.
That is exactly what I want them as.
So
I want them, like you said, it's that next moment, that it's the next chapter, that lead in where, it usually at the, like I said, at a movie or a book or anything like that, you get that kind of quick resolution into what has just happened. And then you get a little bit of a fast forward, and then there's a break in momentum and everything slows down for a moment to kind of gather everything up, figure if anything new has happened, if there's anything interesting going on. And then, once that's resolved,
Right.
depending on if something bad happens, something good happens, or nothing happens, and then momentum picks up again. So it's those
Let
kind
me
of...
back you up just a half of a step, though, because
Yeah.
that's movies do that, and I think that's important. Pacing is important, environmental, all this shit is important. But before the characters enter a new place, there's always an establishing shot.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay? That's you. That's the GM going, it's a spooky mansion. The moon hangs heavily in the sky overhead. Get us into the mood. Okay. Go in.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what I'm sensing, and what I'm good with, and what kind of I feel is coming out of this, is to cut player interaction out of the questioning, right? Make that all GM side, give that into the GM control. That is set up, at that point I can, the establishing of that scene could be if there is anything new. So, it could be even something that the characters aren't necessarily aware of until that happens. So like, are the supplies okay type thing? It's like, okay, well, there's like that slight kind of pan around the camera, you're talking, and then the camera sees that like one of the clasps on Alex's rucksack kind of comes loose, and like you start to move, and all of a sudden, like boom, like the sack fucking flies off his back, and everything goes piling all over the place and everything. It's like, so you roll the question, find an answer, and then that establishes what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do a completely other model at you, if I can remember it right now. Okay, yeah. Does this feel right? I don't know if it does or not. So you're picturing runner's world, okay? Does it feel right for a runner to say, running is always safer than sitting still? Because many dangers you could just outrun and keep moving. Would it be sane for a runner to say that being on the move is always safer than sitting still? If sitting still is kind of dangerous, then it becomes a tactical choice. How many nexus points are you going to put in this route? The fewer you put, the fewer moments you expose yourself to potential danger, but the more you tire yourself out. There's a tactical decision players do have the ability to make within the diegesis.
So I think in the world creation, I kind of make I don't push it as much as I think I was going to in the beginning, but there are the two dichotomies of being a runner, right? You have you can either go fast and careless or slow and cautious, right? And so it all depends on who you ask that question to. If you ask a rad, who are the guys who put all their put all their effort into speed and getting through a zone. If you ask them, is it better to run? They're going to say, fuck yeah. But if you ask one of the zeros who is all about
would a
being
zero
safe
honestly
and
say that
survival,
no, if you sit in your camp and cook meat in the wilderness and you're fine?
Sometimes it might be better to sit and wait, to survey your surroundings, see if there's any danger around, wait till it's the best time to move.
That's interesting.
I don't think that's
like it.
I don't think that's overnight in like camping though, right? Like if you're in an area that's pumping out 8G, you're not hanging out, right? Like
depends on what your shielding is. If you have enough protection that you can hang out in an 8G area, you also know, well, not a lot of other people are going to be able to survive in this area, so I'm also kind of safe in here right now.
Okay, so maybe I'm ready to toss it. But what I was going for was a thing where if Nexus points are like, how many Nexus points do you want to plan into your mission? It's actually a choice that players can make. But it's loaded because Nexus points are always more danger or potentially more danger. Then that kind of puts both problems into one basket in a way that makes sense in the world. And it's kind of like asking D&D characters if you're traveling overland, because you know that every time you camp and you build a fire, you might attract something. So you could choose to press on without camping, but you're going to be exhausted in half the time. It's kind of the same.
Well, that also plays. So I have a couple of things, but first I'm going to answer that or play off that. So one of the balances of the momentum that we talked about that I didn't bring up, but I did do behind the scenes, is every time you gain momentum, it also makes Nexus points more dangerous, right? The more, because you're being less cautious, you're being faster, so the likelihood that something bad will happen increases. So if we do that, you can there could potentially be something where the faster you are, the less Nexus points you have, but you risk the challenge of when you do hit a Nexus point, the potential for being bad increases.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And it allows you to sort of puts it in the player's hands again in a way that makes perfect sense in the diegesis. You can do the math if you want to, or you know what? Maybe it's a good idea for the GM to have a default. The GM can say, well, the default is, 20 miles between, 25 miles between breaks. And if you go at that rate, then there'll be 7 Nexus points. Yeah. But you guys, do you want to push it? You could do this in as few as 3 Nexus points.
Yeah. So what if we do this? What if there's a balance? So we had talked about originally earlier too about having effectively be a difficulty level. Bye, Kevin. I missed that.
Yeah, I just saw that.
I missed his text.
Yeah.
So what if we have it? Yeah. So what if it is so that there is effectively a difficulty level to a run, and the difficulty of the run equates to how many Nexus points there are. So for instance, if the run that you guys just went to was a pretty easy, it's a level 1 run, then there's 1 Nexus point.
I don't think it's the number of Nexus points, because you want the Nexus points to have a varying danger based on whether or not you've chosen to prep an intel.
Well, it could also
kind of like if you decided I was seeing something more like this. You've decided as the GM that this is a run level 5.
Yeah.
But if we do some prep, we might push it down to 4. Okay. And then we have a choice of how many Nexus points we want to make. Let's say the default is it's going to take 7, but we choose to push that down to 5. So we've got now it's a +2 added to the DL that we had knocked down to 4. Now it's back up to 6. And what that means is, what we've done is every time we do stop at a Nexus point, you're rolling against a 6 now. to determine what happens. And the higher you roll, the worse it is. So the fewer nexus points, the more nexus points we knock off,
Yep.
the higher the DL goes, which means a bigger chance something bad is going to happen because we're moving so fast, we're making a lot of noise. But
Right.
it was all our decision.
Mhm.
We were the ones that chose that.
Yeah.
You might have to dig with it to make the math work right.
Wouldn't be hard. And so my one thing is, honestly, I'm okay with it. I'm having a hard time in my brain justifying it of why the DL for each nexus point would be harder based on the run. Oh, I guess. I mean, the length of the run doesn't also necessarily have to increase the DL.
No, it doesn't.
Not necessarily.
No, in fact, the
No.
base DL is actually based on the terrain type. If it's pleasant farmland, it's a DL3. If it's, industrial city with lots of scavengers about, it's probably like a DL7.
Which actually brings in the burnt generation. I have so when you generate the burnt area, scroll, there's a whole part about what the surrounding area and what it originally was. So I could.
So there's your base DL. And to tie this to your multiple plot fields in a row idea, that means if you wanted to, the space between any two nexus points is like a little plot field that's got its own DL based on the terrain.
I mean, that's a total shift in the way it's set up, which isn't bad necessarily.
No, and I don't think it's necessarily a total. So we still have.
Yeah, I'm actually wrong.
We still have the planning of the mission. We still have intel. Yeah, so we still have intel. We still have the planning of the run, which actually happens before you leave for the run and not while you're. So the main phases are still there. We still have gathering intel. We still have planning, and we still have the nexus point. It's just how they interact with each other is a little different now, but they actually do interact with each other and in a much smoother way. So my one thing, the one puzzle piece that I'm having trouble fitting in right now that we've gone in a little bit more of an immersive way with the nexus points and we've taken that out of the player and put that completely in the GM, is there a way to make the intel useful at a nexus point without the GM just being like, and you have this piece of intel, so I'm going to use it for you?
Well, yeah, because a piece of intel always has a focus, and the focus could be that type of terrain or that particular farmland or the place you're moving through. So you could know something about the place that gives you a +1 at the nexus point, like knowing what type of creature that is or how to find food here. Or...
So how do we make that
spendable resource
character driven? Yeah, a spendable resource by the character and adjacently by the player, without making I guess in the way that you announce it and in the way that you slow down the narration and set up the scene kind of automatically gives them a key that we are at a point of interest. And we don't necessarily have to.
It's another good reason for putting nexus points in the player's hands, and B, treating nexus points kind of like camp, where you stop for a bit and catch your breath, because it's a thing that happens a lot, and so it's really not that surprising for the GM to say, okay, you're sitting at camp, and every once in a while the GM will throw in, you stop and you break and you sit at camp and you look around, and it's nice and quiet, and you hear a couple birds in the distance. Okay, let's move on. So not
So-
every nexus point is full of danger, but it has the potential of danger.
Yeah. So we're at kind of a crossroads right now. All right. Do we?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the most important point of your question. At that nexus point with the
Yeah.
lovely chirping birds or whatever, I might decide, okay, well, you know what? You gave me some intel on this passage of land or whatever. Can I use it right now, Jesse, to sort of like predict what we're heading into?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And maybe it's a plus
So
one.
that's-
So you go, okay, so make an awareness roll and you get a plus one.
Yeah. So basically in the prompt of narration slowing down, everything going to that, that's basically the thing is I don't want it to be like, do you want to use a piece of intel now to make this more in your favor? Like, I don't want to do that, but I want to give
well, that's
them
always
a way
going
to
to
let
be a
them
problem.
know.
It's it's like character development scenes. Players always forget they can do them, but it's the kind of thing where you just got to remind your players maybe once at the beginning of every session until they get into the habit. And believe me, you guys still don't do character development scenes. It's hard to remember.
Yeah.
When you're sitting at the table, I like to use tokens for shit, and this is why.
Yeah.
Because you're looking at the little red bead in front of you, and you can't forget that you have that thing. You can spend it.
And that's why I've actually I haven't done it yet. Well, I have, but I haven't released it. But on the sheet, I've actually added. I think I had like a section for notes or whatever like that, and I basically repurposed it as an intel section. So you'll actually be able to list the intel that you have, and it'll be there. It'll be right in your face so that you will have it. And it's a way to, like, as a reminder that this is now basically like an item that you have.
That's perfect. And it works. It looks just like a skill or an item on your sheet. And the GM says you've made camp, and he describes the surrounding environment. And maybe it seems totally peaceful, but even if it seems totally peaceful, maybe I'm suspicious. And I'm looking at my sheet and I go, hey, Jesse, I'm going to do an awareness roll just for giggles. Let's see.
Mm.
And I could do the same thing with an intel.
Yeah.
And maybe you decide, because of where we are in the narrative arc or how many minutes we have left to play. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea, Todd. I'm going to give you a piece of information here. It's going to speed things along.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's really early in play and we've got a lot of time to go, and you decide to use it as an encounter that reminds us, fuck, we better keep moving.
Mm-hmm. All right. So at this point, I think we're kind of at a little bit. I think we've wandered back and forth over this line a little bit. So for Nexus points, are we making it completely behind the scenes, having it be something that the GM generates, and then we come to a resolution for, and something happens? Or is it a break in the momentum of the run, where we actually take the time for the characters to look around and ask a question and see if something is going on?
I think the first one works better, but that's been my opinion the whole time.
And the first one is, sorry.
It all
Where
happens
everything is
behind the
done
screen.
behind the scenes with the GM. The GM generates the Nexus point. He comes up with the situation, and then there is at that point it's roll. I have what's going on. Then I say, okay, these things are happening.
Yeah, I think that's better, but I also like the idea of the players being able to make things easier or harder on themselves by choosing to knock some, I'm going to call them campsites. It's a stupid name. You come up with a better name. But I guess
agree.
what I want to say is every campsite
Yeah.
is a potential Nexus point, right?
I agree, yeah.
But not every Nexus point has to be a campsite. There can be ones that the GM knows about that we don't know about. But what we do know is that every time we camp, it's potentially a Nexus point. And that's on us. So I think what John said, yes, I prefer to be in the hands of the GM. But I also think I like that we choose how many times we want to stop, and that affects how
Oh,
hard the whole
absolutely.
thing is. I
Yeah.
think that's kind of cool. And the part about asking questions, I think we do that anyway. So as long as whenever you stop at a nexus point, the GM has some description for you,
Mhm.
lets you know what the terrain looks like, maybe rolls a couple adjectives on a table or whatever. That'll be enough for us. If there's something worth questioning, we'll ask you. You don't have to roll anything. You don't have to tell us to. We will.
Well, so basically from a mechanical standpoint, the one thing that I'm looking into now, so if it is all on the GM side, I come up with everything that's going on. I come up with the complication or the bonus or whatever happens, however it may be.
Oh, let me amend that a little bit too.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to come up with everything because that's almost a railroad. I think what you want to come up with, and you should like this, is tables.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not
Which is
planning the
what you
whole
do now.
adventure, but well, yeah, but it's, I mean, in between nexus points, I kind of think you have to call that a wandering monster roll, and they should happen once in a while. And then at nexus points, you know for fucking sure something bad might happen, and it may not be a monster. It could be environmental, it could be informational. There's a lot of places you can go with that. So make a table or a bunch of tables.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can roll it the minute while we're there, or you can roll it in prep just before the session.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's up to you. But I like the idea of it being in the GM's hands, but instead of making the GM literally write it, let it be randomized.
Well, that's what he has going on right now. It's just that it was split between GM and player. But there's already a random set of questions that the GM can roll behind the screen.
Yeah, I'm not talking about random questions, though. I'm kind of throwing the questions out because we'll ask questions if we want to. That's just the way the game goes. So forget the question mechanic. I'm talking about the environment, the setting, that is the GM priming us to act or question. So what he's rolling is not the answer to a specific question, but more like, what's it like around here? What's it look like? What does it sound like? Are there any signs of life? Are there any signs of danger? You want to feel like you're in the place, right? So I feel like when you're running, we should know what we're running past. Maybe that's 1 or 2 sentences. But we should know what we're running past because that's immersive. And then when we stop, we should actually get a whole block of box text. Because that's when we have time to actually look around. And if we're going to like pause, recon, use point of intel, but that would be when we would do it.
Yeah.
So the story then alternates between fast scene, slow scene, fast scene, slow scene, which is a nice dramatic rhythm.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to cut this because I got to get up in 4 hours. So we're done.
Well, I have 4.5 hours, so no.
Yeah.
But no, so I think in general, the things that I really wanted to hit on were the things that we just talked about, and the most, combat's going to be combat. That's going to stretch. The big things were getting into the run, doing the run, the nexus points, and all that kind of stuff. And I think the one thing that I screwed up, which I don't care because I've completely revamped the whole thing, was the presence. Technically, when Dog was doing the stealth into the courtyard, his presence should come into effect with that. But the whole thing's been revamped, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, everything else. Between the first and second session, we've hit on everything and been able to work through all of it really efficiently. So it's all worked.
Good. And we can always do this again if you want to run something shorter, if you want to just run from, planning to making a run to see how some of these changes incorporate or whatever.
Just
like running a whole game. We don't even have to record it. But
yeah. Well, I mean, just like what Todd had talked about before on the Discord of actually running a quick session to attempt to test out a specific mechanic. We could always do all that kind of stuff. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. All right.
Awesome.
thanks everybody for hanging out for the very long post show. Thanks for checking it out. We'll catch you next time.
Peace.